Chapter 721. Shangjing City. The experts from the top few levels of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were also on the move. In less than half an hour, there were already experts rushing toward Fenghai with a lot of space rings. An hour later, there were also experts from all over the place. 3 hours later, the second batch was also on the way. 6 hours later, the third batch set off with even more space rings. By midnight, there were 6 batches of experts on the way to Fenghai from all over the place. Those who came later stopped collecting space rings in remote areas because they could not make it in time. However, there were still batches of people setting off from areas that were relatively close to Fenghai. Bai Yunduo left the Starry Mountain Range team and went to an open area thousands of miles away by herself. She directly took action and flattened a large area. Then, she propped up a small canopy, which was enough to avoid most of the covetous and peeping eyes. Such a small matter was nothing to a mighty figure like her. As for the rest, they could only wait quietly and observe the changes in the situation. In the afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Zhuo Xiaonian into the Tower of Annihilation. "What is this place?" "Dog, this place is not bad," Zhuo Xiaonian praised. "In order to defeat you, I have to put you into 365 different positions, so I specially opened up this space." "How thoughtful, right?" Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed, his face full of mischief. "Dog!" Zhuo Xiaonian exploded on the spot. "Come on, come and beat me up." Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed heartily with unprecedented arrogance. He flipped over and swung his hand, taking out the 99 cat hammer. He assumed a majestic and heroic posture. "Missing cat, I won't show you any mercy. Watch me use my 99 cat hammer to completely subdue you, missing cat." Zhuo Xiaonian gritted her teeth and rushed over. "Little dog, I will beat you to death." "Wait." Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately stopped her. "No problem, but let's make things clear first. What if you lose to me? What do you think? You will wear a cat-eared maid costume and dance for me with a cat tail. You don't dare." "All right. No problem, it's a deal. But if you lose, you have to wear a dog-eared hat and you're not allowed to speak until midnight. Even if you want to speak, you can only bark." "No problem. It's settled then." Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed arrogantly. "Nian Nian cat, take my hammer. Get ready to dance." When Li Chenglong came back from school at dusk, he immediately saw Boss Zhuo wearing a dog-eared hat that he had bought at some point. One of his ears was standing straight, while the other was drooping halfway down. His expression was unusually dejected, and his spirit was even more dispirited. His head drooped listlessly. It was an expression that would make people cry when they heard it. "Boss, what are you doing?" Li Chenglong almost burst out laughing. Wasn't this dog-eared hat a little too big? From afar, it looked like a husky squatting there. Moreover, it was a husky that had lost a battle and was dejected. "Woof woof woof." Zhuo Xiaoduo barked. Dot. Li Chenglong's eyeballs almost popped out. "What the fuck? Boss, are you doing performance art?" "Woof woof woof." Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were full of resentment. "Ha ha 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 ha." Li Chenglong laughed so hard that he almost peed himself. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and walked into the living room. Li Chenglong followed him as he stealthily took out his phone and prepared to record. Today, when he went to school, Li Chenglong suffered an unprecedented beating from the whole class. All the students of Class 1 who had been fooled were furious. Even Pai Yibao, who had restrained his aura and was becoming less and less noticeable, was furious and rushed up to beat him up. "You cheated us of our red packets and turned off your phone, aw." With Meng Zhangjun and Xiang Chong in the lead, all of them charged forward with the momentum of a battlefield, pressing down on Li Chenglong without any regard for their own safety. This beating was really enough to make the sky change color and the sun and moon dim. The most direct result of this was that Li Chenglong was lying in the long-awaited nourishment cabin. At the same time, Li Chenglong was still in a state of shock until the afternoon. Even his legs were trembling. Zhua had the ability to suppress the whole class by himself. What a great ability. But I don't think I have it yet. It's too early to be reckless. This was Li Chenglong's realization after being beaten up. However, when Zhua Xiaonian came out, Li Chenglong, who had already seen her once last night, was shocked again. The thought of taking a picture was thrown away in an instant. Such a beauty, how could a picture capture her charm? Moreover, it was blasphemy to a beauty. Little brother, you must be Li Chenglong. Zhua Xiaonian had seen Li Chenglong before, but they had only met face to face, and they had not seen each other in their original appearance. He did not want to expose Li Chenglong at this moment, or he would have to spend more time explaining. Yes, yes. Li Chenglong stuttered. I'm too nervous. I saw a fairy today. He hurriedly turned to Zhua Xiaoduo, meaning, introduce her to me. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Zhua Xiaoduo glared at him. Li Chenglong was stunned. All right. I've removed your ban. Zhua Xiaonian laughed so hard that she held her stomach. Woof woof woof. Zhua Xiaoduo was not going to let it go. A real man must be willing to accept his loss. I must bark until midnight. Actually, what he was most worried about was that it might not be a good thing for his ban to be lifted so easily. What if Nian Nian Cat lost in the future and went back on her word? Therefore, Zhua Xiaoduo would never agree to cancel this agreement even if he was beaten to death. Woof woof woof. Zhua Xiaoduo grimaced. Nian Nian Cat, I must make you dance for me. I must see you dance in a cat-eared maid costume. I'm willing to bark like a dog for a day, so what? How can I give you a reason to go back on your word? You're underestimating your husband. What if one day I win, and you say, you've lost so many times before, how many times have you really completed the bet? Then I'll give you the answer. Won't I be dumbfounded on the spot? This has been my greatest wish for so many years. Zhua Xiaonian was smart enough to understand instantly. This bastard, he doesn't want to give me a chance to go back on my word? Isn't he sure that I'll be able to subdue him? She was so angry that she twisted her body and ignored him. Chenglong, sit down. We'll eat in a while. Invite Grandma Shi over and let's eat together, Wu Yuding said. Okay. Li Chenglong ran out like a puff of smoke. He stayed in the room for a while, but he felt so nervous that he could die. He couldn't stay calm under such a peerless beauty. Even if I'm the Iron Order's leader. I'm not blind. At night, the six of them had a meal together. Zhua Xiaoduo was still barking, so he tried not to talk and buried his head in the food. Wu Yuding introduced solemnly, Sister-in-law Shi, this is Xiaoduo's wife. Do you like her? Grandma Shi didn't care whether Wu Yuding called her sister-in-law or something else. She didn't know how much she had taken advantage of her. She smiled warmly and said with satisfaction, very good. Very satisfied. Very satisfied. 3 veries in a row showed that Grandma Shi was in a good mood and was happy to see it happen. Zhua Xiaonian lowered her head shyly. This was the first time she was introduced as Xiaoduo's wife. Her mood was very strange, and she stole glances at Zhua Xiaoduo from time to time. Zhua Xiaoduo was looking up at her. When he saw Zhua Xiaonian looking at him, he said with a puzzled expression, woof woof woof. Pft, pft. Li Chenglong and Zhua Xiaoduo both had vegetable soup on their faces. Grandma Shi couldn't help but spit on Li Chenglong's face. Zhua Xiaonian didn't waste any of her saliva on Zhua Xiaoduo's face. What's wrong? Cough, cough, cough. Grandma Shi couldn't help but choke. We made a bet that we would win if we fought. If he lost, he would bark like a dog until midnight. Zhua Xiaonian smiled, now, you know whether he won or lost. Ha ha ha. Li Chenglong secretly aimed his phone at Zhua Xiaoduo. Although he was embarrassed to take a picture of Zhuo Xiaonian, he didn't feel guilty about taking a picture of Zhuo. This kind of dark history of Zhuo was not common, especially when it was an exclusive punishment. How could he not take a picture of it? Zhuo Xiaoduo was glaring at Zhuo Xiaonian, so he didn't notice the swelling. Class monitor Zhuo, when you went to class today, everyone asked when you were going to school. Woof woof woof, woof woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo winked and gestured. I'll go tomorrow. Don't ask, I can't talk now. Class monitor Zhuo, Mr. Wen said he has something to talk to you about. I don't know what it is. Why don't you give him a call later? Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Class monitor Zhuo, what are you doing? Woof woof. Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo bit over. This guy obviously had an ulterior motive. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't see that Li Chenglong had taken out his phone and was typing on it. Even though Zhuo Xiaoduo was quick to grab it, the video had already been sent out. It was a foregone conclusion. When he took it back, the target group was silent for a few seconds. Then, there was a series of ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly clicked delete, trying to salvage the situation. How could he not know? It was already too late. There were at least 20 people who saw Li Chenglong's account click delete and immediately sent their saved videos to the group. Therefore, the whole group was filled with woof 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 woof. Class monitor Zhuo was imitating a dog's bark. After a while, Yu Yan sent a voice message, don't send anymore. Ouch. My stomach is cramping. For a moment, the group was filled with countless voices and laughter. It was like a sea of joy. Even the homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian, stood out and said, this bark is very authentic. Naturally, everyone became more and more cheerful. Woof woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo was mad. He took a sip of wine and wrote on the table, let's spar tonight. I'll help you consolidate your realm. Let's spar through the night. Li Chenglong said indifferently and pretentiously, sorry, I have an appointment tonight. Chapter 722. Who did you invite? It's not me. It's Xiang Chong. I don't know what's wrong with his brain, but he wants to challenge me. He wants to ask the experts of the Xiang family to beat me up. Li Chenglong chuckled. Let's meet at 11:00 tonight at the school's sports field. When I come back victorious, I'll spar with you. We can spar through the night, but it seems like we haven't done so in a long time. Then it's settled. At 12:00 that night, Li Chenglong was beaten up until his face was swollen and he was thrown back by Xiang Chong. This time, I'll beat you until you're not enlightened. Xiang Chong left angrily after saying that. In the afternoon, Xiang Chong couldn't bear it any longer, so he asked Li Chenglong to spar with him. In the end, he was beaten up by Li Chenglong. Xiang Chong was about to go crazy from anger. You're so unromantic. So he told his family and asked Li Chenglong to spar with him without telling his sister. Beat him up. To the Xiang family, he's not enlightened. Easy, beat him up. So tonight, they sent out their elders and experts to beat Li Chenglong until he was dizzy. To the Xiang family, they didn't consider whether this would have a negative effect, that they couldn't say anything else. They couldn't say that their daughter has taken a liking to you, so tell me if you're okay with it. That would be so embarrassing. The Xiang family definitely wouldn't do such a thing. According to the style of the overlord family, they would just beat him up a few more times and he would be enlightened. If he still wasn't enlightened, they could only advise their daughter to be more open-minded. Don't hang yourself on a tree. Our Xiang family wouldn't do something like kidnapping someone to be their son-in-law. Li Chenglong was lying on the sofa with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He tried his best to open his panda eyes and look at Zhuo Xiaoduo. This is a bit strange. Xiang Chong is such a bastard. He actually sent a senior master to beat me up. This is too much. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. You really can't judge a book by its cover. After hearing Xiang Chang's words, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who already understood everything, suddenly felt that this beating was too light. It was already past 12 o'clock, and the agreement was over. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had the right to speak again, sighed and said, "That's right. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Xiang Chong is really unreasonable. Swollen, this cannot be tolerated. If it were me, I would not be able to take this lying down. A fight is a fight, but why should they send their elders to beat us up? This is not just too much, it's simply too much. I didn't expect Xiang Chong, who looks like a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to do such a thing." Li Chenglong, who was provoked, became angrier and angrier. He said, "You think so too, right? This is really too much. I support you in this matter. We can't just let it go. We must seek justice. But it's not fun to just beat up Xiang Chong. Doesn't the Xiang family still have Xiang Bing in our class? You can beat her up tomorrow." Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was filled with righteous indignation, came up with a bad idea. "They beat you up, so you beat up their daughter. An eye for an eye. It's better than beating up Xiang Chong directly." Li Chenglong hesitated. "That's not very good, right? TSK. You're talking as if you haven't been beaten up before." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him with disdain. Li Chenglong thought for a while. "That's right. Now it's a habit to beat up Xiang Bing when eating and sleeping. I haven't beaten her for a few days, but now she's beaten by the Xiang family. Is it because I haven't beaten Xiang Bing these days?" Seeing Li Chenglong cover his eyes and ponder, Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed evilly. He tiptoed upstairs and didn't say anything more. If he said too much, the sect leader might come to his senses. Based on his understanding of Xiang Bing, Zhuo Xiaoduo guessed that the day when the sect master would be forcefully pushed forward was not far away. That girl wasn't a patient person. Now it's about time. Xiang Bing definitely didn't know that Xiang Chong was beaten up tonight, but she wouldn't do such a thing. Once she knew, she would feel more threatened. She would probably take action immediately. "Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, this is the best I can do as the matchmaker. You don't have to thank me." Zhuo Xiaoduo guessed mischievously. What would Xiang Bing do? At that time, would Li Chenglong come crying to me and say that he was ruined? As soon as Zhuo Xiaoduo went upstairs, he was caught by Wu Yuding. "What's going on? I heard you instigating people to fight, and it's with a girl. You're so mean. No one knows a son better than his mother." Wu Yuding knew Zhuo Xiaoduo's bad temper very well. In fact, when Zhuo Xiaoduo was 5 or 6 years old, he was beaten up by other kids. When he came back, he said to Zhuo Xiaonian, "Sister, that guy scolded you so badly." When he instigated Zhuo Xiaonian to beat someone up, Wu Yuding knew that she had given birth to a weirdo. If it were other kids, they would say, "Sister, who beat me up? Wu Wu, go and avenge me." But her child could say, "He scolded you." He did not mention anything about being beaten up. Zhuo Xiaoduo was happy. He leaned close to Wu Yuding's ear and explained the whole story in a low voice. He was not being mean. He was facilitating this beautiful thing. At most, he would just watch a few more scenes. This child. Wu Yuding shook her head. This guy likes Xiang Bing too. It's just that he doesn't know it yet. Children are all like this. A little boy likes a little girl, so he bullies her. Wu Yuding sighed. Li Chenglong's IQ has reached a level that ordinary old monsters can't reach. But his EQ is still at the level of a 6-year-old. He's a good man, much better than you. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt wronged. "Mom, your words hurt me too much. Look at how loyal I am. I've liked Nian Nian Cat since I was 4 or 5 years old. I still like Nian Nian Cat even now." Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and left. "You're really promising." In the morning, Li Chenglong went to school alone. Zhuo Xiaoduo still did not go. He still had a lot of holidays to go. At this moment, he was dressing himself up. He made himself look heroic and handsome. His face was full of righteousness and confidence. Then, he went out with Zhuo Xiaonian. This day was the big day that Zhuo Xiaoduo dreamed of. Taking his wife to the Hidden Dragon High School. Announcing to everyone that this is my wife. One day, I'll hold Nian Nian Cat's hand and tell everyone that this is my wife. This goal was going to be realized today. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits. He was in the mood to write a poem. Taking a walk with a cat in the Hidden Dragon High School, welcomed by a wave of praise, come envy, jealousy, and hate, I'll only humph proudly. Good poem, good poem. It's really suitable for the occasion. Today, Zhuo Xiaoduo walked as if he was floating. It was as if he had a piece of honey in his mouth. It was so sweet that it reached his heart. His mouth was on his ear all the way. Zhuo Xiaonian was helpless. But this guy came early in the morning to beg, so she had to agree. There will be many occasions like this in the future. I have to get used to it first. Zhuo Xiaonian thought. Besides, once they confirmed their relationship and announced it, those who had designs on her would shrink back. It would also save her a lot of trouble. So, although she was shy and nervous, she still followed Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo is bringing his wife to school today. Ever since Li Chenglong said those words in the morning, the whole class didn't split up. Everyone gathered together and waited to see what would happen. Among them, a few of the female students who were interested in Zhuo Xiaoduo and were quite confident in their looks even dressed up secretly. I heard that class monitor's wife was also from Phoenix City. It's a small border town. She's just a country girl. How pretty can she be? I'm going to let Zhuo Daban know that his girlfriend pales in comparison to me. He'll see how good I am later. Otherwise, although this guy's EQ is not low, his performance is better than the leader's. Even when Xingtian was curious about Zhuo Xiaoduo's wife. What kind of girl could make that bastard keep his chastity like jade? In school, he didn't even hold the hands of his female classmates. He didn't do anything except disfigure them with a punch and collapse their breasts. I'm so curious. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, Chen Gaiying, and Vice Principal Gao were also strolling around Class 1. The 5 old men all had their hands behind their backs. They strolled from one side to the office building. When they were about to reach the other side, they strolled back. Then, they went to the school gate for an inspection before walking back to Class 1. You must take a good look. Don't just pick a random girl, Xiang Quangren said to Yi Changqing. Okay. Yi Changqing nodded. If they're too bad, we have many young and beautiful girls in the Xiang family. Xiang Quangren continued, all of them have big breasts and big butts. They're tall and strong. They can definitely give birth to sons. If you're not satisfied with them, I'll ask them to use honey traps. Vice Principal Cheng sneered, that's not called honey traps in your Xiang family. Xiang Quangren was stunned, if it's not called honey traps, then what is it called? Chen Gaiying smiled mockingly, it's called honey traps in other families, but in your Xiang family, it's called forcing yourself on her. Pfft. Yi Changqing and Lu Yichuan both spat and coughed at the same time. These 2 old fellows simply had no moral integrity today. Among all the students in Class 1, one asked for leave. He said he was going to the bathroom, but he was actually going to the school gate to take a look. Then, he came back with a relaxed look on his face. He was not there yet. Then, a few minutes later, someone went to the bathroom again. After 7 or 8 people did this in a row, when Xingtian, who had already seen through the truth, sighed helplessly. There's no class today. I'm going to study by myself. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, when Xingtian pulled out a chair and sat at the door. Everyone had the same thought. I'm also very curious. If you're not even in the mood to teach, how can you not study by yourself? Is she beautiful? Many people threw this question to the only person in the know, Li Chenglong. Have you seen a fairy before? Li Chenglong asked. They all shook their heads. She's prettier than a fairy. Li Chenglong raised his head and said the words from the bottom of his heart. You've seen a fairy? Xiang Bing immediately felt uncomfortable. No. Then why do you say that? That's what I think. It's a one-sided opinion. What does it have to do with you? Ha, look at you. It's as if she's your wife. Xiang Bing looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Take a piss and look at yourself. Stop dreaming. That's Sui Xiaoduo's wife. She's someone else's wife. Are you thinking about her? I'm not dreaming, and I'm not thinking about her. Li Chenglong glared and said, besides, what does it have to do with you whether I'm thinking about her or not? Do you want to prick me? Do you think I won't beat you up? Xiang Bing's eyes reddened. She puffed out her chest and stepped forward. Don't you dare. I don't dare. Li Chenglong grinned. He rubbed his palms and stood up, ready to punch his chest. Xiang Chong gritted his teeth. Meng Zhangjuan's face was also twisted. Aren't you afraid that your son won't be able to eat after you punch him? At this moment. They're coming. They're coming. Hao Han, who had only half of his head out to investigate in the corner, suddenly shrank back and raised his arms. Boom! Everyone ran out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they saw Sui Xiaoduo floating over in high spirits from the direction of the school's gate, as if he was floating that he couldn't control his smug smile. He cupped his hands in salute to everyone he saw. Ha ha ha, my wife, this is my wife. He laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't be seen. Chapter 723. The students of Class 1 were speechless. They wished they could all shrink back. Looking at this guy's face, they were ashamed to be in the same company as him. Wen Xingtian silently facepalmed. I didn't teach him, I didn't teach him. Ha ha ha. My wife, this is my wife. Sui Xiaoduo proudly cupped his hands towards Yi Changqing. He couldn't help but stretch his hands out as he thought, seems like I can give him a greeting gift. Yi Changqing was speechless as he led the three vice principals away. This guy isn't a student of our Hidden Dragon High School. This is too embarrassing. But this girl is really too beautiful. The vice principals sighed. All the girls in the Hidden Dragon High School were hopeless. It was the same for those from their own clans. Even if they looked at the whole world, there were probably not many who could compare to her. Only Xiang Quangren was still confident. In the end, she's not as strong as my girl. What's the use of just being beautiful, having a good figure, and having a good temperament? My family's buttocks are big enough to give birth to sons. The vice principals were speechless as they distanced themselves from Xiang Quangren. Blind man. I won't walk with you. I'm ashamed to be in the same company as this guy. Under the morning sun, Sui Xiaonian was half a step behind Sui Xiaoduo. Bathed in the morning sun, she slowly walked over. At this moment, her beauty was breathtaking. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people. All the students of Class 1 of the Hidden Dragon High School, even after many years, could not forget this scene. Many students said that they had only seen a fairy once in their lives, but they had no regrets. It was unforgettable. This is the time. Sui Xiaoduo was in high spirits. His whole body was surrounded by an aura that said, I will climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains. He looked at his classmates from the corner of his eyes with disdain. His eyes clearly said, you are all trash. Only I have such a beautiful and outstanding wife. However, he still had to pretend to be humble and low-key. He cupped his hands and laughed, ha ha ha. This is my wife. And, ha ha ha. For short, my wife, ha ha ha. She's just an ordinary person. I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Her looks are ordinary, very ordinary, ha 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 ha. All the female students' faces darkened. What should we do if she's still average? Were all of them ugly? No, this is what a normal person looks like. We aren't even qualified to be called ugly. We have to be ugly. Ha ha ha. Meng Zhangjun. Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled a long face. What are you staring at? Then, he laughed. Zhangjun, the wife you find in the future will definitely be prettier. Ha ha ha. Meng Zhangjun's face twitched. I want to beat you to death. Ha ha ha, Hao Han, come here. Call her sister-in-law. Behave, don't look around. Icy egg. Icy egg, little worm, ha ha ha, you too. Yu Yen, Waha, you're a girl. Why are you staring? Calm down, calm down. Ha ha ha. Students, calm down. Calm down, do you understand? Why can't you be calm? Aren't you afraid that Ms. Wen will punish you? Pai Yibao, go away. Oh right, where's Ms. Wen? Where's Ms. Wen? Ha ha ha. Ms. Wen, this is my wife. This is my wife. Wen Xingtian sighed helplessly. Can you be any more despicable? All the male students were extremely sad. How could this bastard be so lucky that such a fairy would fall for him? How can this be? Oh heavens, oh earth, oh gods, why don't you open your eyes and kill this bastard with a bolt from the blue? Zhuo Xiaonian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's smug face. She felt that his heart was bursting with happiness and satisfaction. For the first time, she did not interrupt him. This is all because of me. Zhuo Xiaonian felt a little embarrassed, but at the same time, she felt sweet inside. How can I stop my man at this moment? When she heard the words Ms. Wen, she twisted Zhuo Xiaoduo's waist. Hiss. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face suddenly became distorted. Zhuo Xiaonian took a step forward and bowed gracefully. Hello, Ms. Wen. Hello, everyone. Hello, sister-in-law. Before Wen Xingtian could reply, the group of single dogs had already replied in unison. They were very enthusiastic. Wen Xingtian's reply was directly drowned in a sea of cheers. Cough, cough, cough. Wen Xingtian coughed severely. The students immediately became obedient. Everyone, welcome. Wen Xingtian turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo as he spoke. What's your wife's name? Nian Nian. Zhuo Xiaoduo whispered. Nian Nian. Wen Xingtian was a little confused. What's her surname? Ah, it doesn't matter what her surname is. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little anxious. It's not a household registration check. Ms. Wen, did you change your profession to a household registration police officer? Wen Xingtian was speechless. I didn't change my profession to a household registration police officer. I want to change my profession to an assassin. My first goal is to kill you, you little bastard. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo would not say what his surname was. If he did, it would definitely lead to countless follow-up questions. Wouldn't that be causing trouble for himself? Everyone, this is my wife, Nian Nian. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was solemn. Ha, I can't introduce more details. Ha ha ha, you can just call her sister-in-law. A few female students rushed up under Xiang Bing's lead. They directly squeezed Zhuo Xiaoduo to the side and held Zhuo Xiaonian's hand affectionately. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled gently. I heard Xiaoduo mention a few times that he has a group of very cute classmates. He said that he must introduce them to me. Now that I see them, they're really good. They're all geniuses. The female students laughed dryly and were speechless for a long time. Even if you beat Zhuo Xiaoduo to death, they wouldn't believe that he would say such a thing. It was too fake. Sister Nian Nian. Let's talk over there. As the female student spoke, Zhuo Xiaonian laughed so hard that she couldn't open her eyes. If she had known earlier, the dog wouldn't have been so obedient in school. Ha! So Xiao Duo is so lively in school. Zhuo Xiaonian laughed like the bright moon. But when the female students heard this, they immediately shut up. You call this lively? Indeed, birds of the same feather flock together. Zhuo Xiaonian accompanied Zhuo Xiaoduo to walk around the school. Because of Zhuo Xiaoduo, she gained the envy and jealousy of the entire school. Then, she chatted with everyone in class 1 for a while. Then, under Wen Xingtian's suggestion, she sparred with the students of class 1. The entire class except for Zhuo Xiaoduo went up together and ended the battle in 3 seconds. This result made everyone even more envious and jealous. Not only was she beautiful, but her cultivation was also so high. She was also a peerless genius. It seemed that even Zhuo wasn't her opponent. When they thought of this, the entire class suddenly felt a little better. So this bitch was just a punching bag at home. He couldn't even beat his own wife. Comforted. Suddenly, their thoughts were clear. Zhuo Xiaonian chatted with everyone for a while. Then, she happily had a meal in the cafeteria of Hidden Dragon High School. Then, accompanied by a smug Zhuo Xiaoduo, she left Hidden Dragon High School. However, when they left, Zhuo Xiaoduo deliberately walked past Xiang Bing. He smiled meaningfully at Xiang Bing and said telepathically, "After today, if you don't make your move, there won't be any left." Laughing, he swaggered off. Xiang Bing was stunned. The moment Zhuo Xiaoduo left. After that, everyone who had seen Zhuo Xiaonian at Hidden Dragon High School, especially the students, exploded. Many people lamented, "In this lifetime, I probably won't be able to find a wife. After seeing such a fairy, how can those ordinary girls still be pleasing to my eyes?" All of the students who said that were the cause of disaster. Really. All the female students of the Hidden Dragon High School completely ignored this group of people. Well, you're right. We're all ordinary girls. We're not good enough for you. You'll just be single. The atmosphere in class 1 was even more lively. So beautiful. Many male students had yearning looks on their faces. She's beautiful, but she seems a little cold. That's right. Although this sister-in-law is very gentle and generous, and her words are also very warm, I just feel that her personality is quite cold. It's a kind of coldness that comes from her bones. Or should I say, ice. But she's also really beautiful. She's also beautiful to the bones. I'm envious, jealous, and hateful. Xiang Bing's face was full of envy. Look at how well Zhuo treats his wife. Zhuo is handsome and confident. He's a young genius with peerless talent, and his cultivation is the best in the world. But such an outstanding person, for his wife, still keeps his chastity like jade in the Hidden Dragon High School, which is full of beauties. This is a good man. In the future, you're not allowed to call him a bitch. If anyone does, I'll get angry with them. All the students felt that something was wrong. These words. Why did it sound so wrong? In the past, Xiang Bing, didn't you scold Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong 7 or 8 times a day? How come now? In your mouth, they're so outstanding. You're not allowed to call Zhuo Xiaoduo a bitch. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you praise him like this? When did you betray him? Don't tell me you haven't had enough of fighting with him every day. However, it was obvious that Xiang Bing had taken a liking to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Her words were filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration, but there was no adoration. Many of the boys thought to themselves, if I had such a beautiful wife, I would definitely keep my chastity outside. No. Bah. 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 We're all single dogs now. How are we not keeping our chastity? Xiang Bing glanced at one of the sect leaders and sighed. Zhuo didn't hesitate to act like a bitch so that he doesn't get involved with other girls. This is to avoid getting into a relationship. Such true love is really touching. This is self-deprecation, do you understand? What a noble sentiment. Li Chenglong agreed and said, Bing Dan is right. Boss Sua is really good to his wife. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he's self-deprecating, it's true. Xiang Bing pouted even harder. However, there are many weirdos among our classmates. They look fat and smart, but they're actually as stupid as pigs. They don't know anything, but they call themselves wise. Li Chenglong laughed and rocked back and forth. Well said, Bing Dan, well said. Meng Zhangjun, you're so arrogant every day. See, you've been criticized. Ha ha ha. Black lines appeared on the foreheads of the entire class. Was Xiang Bing talking about Meng Zhangjun? Do you, Li Chenglong, really have no idea who I'm talking about? Xiang Bing also choked and sat down sullenly. Her expression kept changing as she thought about Swiss Xiaoduo's words. One moment, she was gritting her teeth, the next, her face was dark. After a while, as everyone was discussing in low voices, Xiang Bing suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Chenglong fiercely. She shouted, Li Chenglong. Don't leave after school if you have the guts. Chapter 724. Li Chenglong was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. You think I'm afraid of you? Fine. I'll wait for you after school. Humph. Xiang Bing bit her lips and hesitated for a moment. Her face turned red, but she made up her mind and strode out. She was gone in an instant. Meng Zhangjuan's eyebrows twitched. He looked at the direction where Xiang Bing left and then looked at Li Chenglong. Looks like something's going to happen. Yu Yan, and Zhen Piao were deep in thought. Was this a fight? Xiang Bing would definitely not be able to defeat Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong knew that. Everyone knew that. Even Xiang Bing herself knew that. However, Xiang Bing still had to say and do this. What was she trying to do? After thinking for a while, the two girls suddenly blushed. Was Xiang Bing going to? Meng Zhangjun came over to discuss. You're both girls. Guess what Xiang Bing is trying to do? The two girls shook their heads in unison. I don't know. You don't know? Meng Zhangjun did not believe it. Do you think I'm blind? I clearly saw the two of you blushing. How could I not know? He frowned and thought hard. Xiang Bing is no match for Li Chenglong. There's no point in asking for a fight. If someone else were to fight Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing might not be willing. Xiang Bing is a girl who dares to love and hate. Now that she's met such an idiot, I guess she's going to cut the Gordian knot. Meng Zhangjun frowned. I think it's very likely. After school, when we're all gone, Xiang Bing will take the initiative to confess to Li Chenglong. TSK. I'll have to stay and hide. If my prediction is right, it'll be a historical moment. Zhen Piao and Yu Yan rolled their eyes. Li Chenglong said that you're a wise man. Do you really think you're a wise man? Li Chenglong was asking Xiang Chong, there won't be anyone else from your family, right? Xiang Chong glared at him. If we want to deal with you, our family only needs Bing Dan, Ha ha ha. Stop bragging. How dare you say such big words that even you don't believe? Li Chenglong laughed heartily. I said, deal with me? Ha ha ha. That's because your Xiang clan hasn't realized how powerful this sect master is. This sect master will hold her down and beat her up however I want. Today's incident at the Hidden Dragon High School had caused a tsunami on the internet. I'm surprised to see a fairy. A fairy has descended to the mortal world. Shocking. Why was an 80-year-old woman's corpse lying on the street? Why were a bunch of old sows screaming in the middle of the night? Why did the Hidden Dragon High School boys lose sleep all night? The reason is actually, in the past, other people would say that she's a peerless beauty, a fairy that descended to the mortal world. I've never believed it, but today, I believe it. I feel like I've fallen out of love. A photo spread like wildfire on the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School website. Yes, there was only one. Moreover, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School's website had already been deleted. But there was still one photo that spread out. It was probably saved by someone the moment it was uploaded, and then it was reposted. In the photo, the sky, the earth, and the brilliant sunshine were all reduced to the background. In the center was a young man and a young woman. The man was handsome and confident, his figure was tall and handsome. The woman was a peerless beauty, a proper fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Especially the woman, she was so beautiful that everyone who saw her felt their hearts stop beating immediately. Below, a large group of people were shouting. Sword King! This is Sword King! Ah, it's Sword King and his wife. So beautiful. So beautiful. Faced with such a peerless beauty, these lawless netizens even felt that they couldn't type out any blasphemous words. The overwhelming comments were all, so beautiful. Finally. 9 Heavens Pavilion. Something big happened. The civet went out this time to go on a blind date. This young man's looks are not bad. From the perspective of human appearance alone, he's barely worthy of spiritual thoughts. Compared to other people, the moment the boss of 9 Heavens Pavilion saw this photo, he only felt that the sky had darkened. His heart was cold. Such a thing actually happened. Looking at the lovey-dovey look in the photo. This is bad, this is bad. These few days, I've been busy with the secret mission sent by the higher-ups and actually neglected the important role that Chief Nan arranged for me. She was actually taken away by someone. What should I do about this? I immediately sent a message. Minister, something happened to the civet. The reply was almost instantaneous. What happened? The civet went out this time to go on a date, and it seems that there's already substantial progress. After waiting for 2 seconds, there was no reply. Then, the phone started ringing as if it was about to die. The phone was picked up. Minister. Do you want to die? A completely hysterical roar came from the other side of the phone. I asked you to keep an eye on her, and this is what you saw. Why aren't you dead yet? Go and die later. What's the use if you don't die? His head was full of sweat, and it flowed down with a whoosh. I've been too busy these few days, and the higher-ups suddenly sent me a secret mission in these few days. I didn't know that this would happen. Then what the hell do you know? What kind of bullshit secret mission is comparable to my people? On the other side of the phone, Chief Nan's voice was earth-shattering. You're fucking neglecting your duties and abusing your power for personal gain. You. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The last sentence was actually filled with grief and indignation. The boss of the 9 Heavens Pavilion was instantly shocked. He didn't know that during this period of time, Chief Nan, who was in a high position, had almost become a frightened bird. He was tricked by Yu Dongtian, and fought with the Wu people time and time again. But in the end, he still couldn't get rid of that family. Now that that family was involved again, it would be strange if he was in a good mood. What the hell is going on? Chief Nan was really helpless. This time, he might really be done for. Because of his son, he was still on the blacklist, and now something happened to his daughter. This was driving him to death. It's like this. Civet asked for leave in the morning. And then. Chief Nan's voice was a bit relaxed and doubtful. Hidden Dragon Master. Yes. What's that guy's name? I heard that his name is Sui Xiaoduo. Chief Nan heaved a long sigh of relief on the phone. His voice became steady and elegant. Sai, look at you. How big is this matter? As the supreme leader of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, can't you be more steady? It's as if the sky is falling down. You've been in a high position for so many years, where's your bearing? Where's your composure? Why didn't you practice it at all? Ah. I. Chief, this is. Seriously, I thought something bad had happened. Isn't it just two young people dating? They're both willing and innocent. They're a perfect match, a match made in heaven. What's there to doubt? Chief Nan's voice was relaxed. Don't be so alarmed next time. Isn't it good to do your job properly? Alright, go do your work. Isn't it normal for young people to fall in love? But. What buts? Do you still have other thoughts? No. Then why aren't you hanging up? Calling over such a small matter, do you think I, the chief, am very free? Beep beep. The call was hung up. The chief wiped the cold sweat on his head and thought carefully. He seemed to have understood something. But it also seemed like he didn't understand anything. He just had to say something in his heart. What do you mean by calling over such a small matter? You're the one who called me, okay. Alright, as long as you're fine. You scared me so much that I'm sweating. This scolding is really unjust. In the afternoon, school was over. Other than Xiang Bing and Zhou Xiaoduo who weren't present, the other students of class 1 didn't leave. Even those who were beaten black and blue didn't go to the recovery pod. They couldn't leave. They had to watch this show before leaving. Maybe it was really a historical moment. Li Chenglong didn't care about this. Everyone watching. What's the big deal? It'll show off my wise and mighty image. I, Li Chenglong, will use my iron fist to suppress all those who don't agree. Bing Dan, is really bold today. She actually dares to challenge me. At dusk. As everyone waited with bated breath, Xiang Bing arrived at the school in a red dress and entered the class. Red shirt, red skirt, and red leather boots. His entire body was like a ball of fire, burning all the way to the campus, leaving behind a gorgeous scenery. It could be seen that Xiang Bing had dressed up very carefully before coming here. Her height was more than 1.8 meters, but it was well proportioned and balanced. It didn't make people feel that she was tall or strong. They only felt that this woman was very beautiful and outstanding. She was natural and graceful, and had a different kind of flavor. It was a kind of valiant and heroic. The kind of beauty that belonged to a woman. She was full of heroic spirit. Xiang Bing didn't expect that at this time, no one in the class had left. The moment she pushed the door open and entered, she was stunned at the door. Her pretty face instantly turned red. Ow! 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 Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Jia Kuang, and the others roared desperately. The other male students cheered at the same time as if they were on steroids. Only Xiang Chong didn't move from his seat. He looked at his sister walking in without hesitation. His eyes flashed with deep blessings, but there was also a hint of reluctance. His sister was going to choose the path of her life today. At this point, Xiang Bing would never turn back. Even if the other party was a piece of steel. Facing Xiang Bing's red dress, no matter how slowly Chenglong was, he seemed to understand something. Yu Yan, and Zhen Piao jumped up excitedly and waved their small white fists. Bing, go. Bing, go. Xiang Bing. Go. The whole class cheered together. Xiang Bing was in a red dress that was as bright as snow. She was graceful and her skin was as white as jade. Hearing the deafening cheers, Xiang Bing's face was no longer red. She took a step forward and stepped onto the podium. On the podium, she cupped her fists valiantly to the whole class. Today, let everyone be the witness. Today, let everyone be the witness. After the meeting, there will be an explosion. I have 3 chapters now. He. There was no point in being envious. The foundation between the two of them was very deep. The reason why Xiang Bing dared to do this today was because she was quite confident. Although Li Chenglong was steely, Xiang Bing could still feel whether he liked her or not. If she was really not confident, why would Xiang Bing take such a risk and use her life as a bargaining chip? She was just using the most barbaric method to awaken Li Chenglong's dormant EQ that she had completely thrown aside. Then, she pulled him over. For the sake of this life's happiness. Because Xiang Bing knew that a person like Li Chenglong with such a high IQ would be passive in terms of emotions. It was not that he was slow in love, but that he rarely confessed and took the initiative to attack. In other words, he was always in a passive state of waiting for a girl to take the initiative and forcefully tear open the door of his heart. She wanted to completely conquer him and possess him. This kind of man was not romantic, but he was extremely reliable. And the most speechless thing was that he was waiting like steel, but whoever tore open the door in his heart first would be the one who owned this man. Xiang Bing did not want to wait any longer because she was afraid. She was afraid that a brave girl like her would suddenly appear and forcefully tear open the door of Li Chenglong's heart. First impressions are the strongest. What's more, Zhuo Xiaoduo brought his wife to walk around the class today, which gave Xiang Bing a huge amount of courage. She knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's appearance was tantamount to lifting the curtain. From today onwards, there would be a lot of boys and girls confessing to each other. There would be a lot of couples appearing in the Hidden Dragon High School. If she did not make a move now, she was afraid that it would really be too late. And when Zhuo Xiaoduo left, he looked at her with a faint smile and sent her a telepathic message: if you don't make a move now, he won't be yours anymore. Li Chenglong was not an ordinary character. After bringing Zhuo Xiaonian to the Hidden Dragon High School to show off, the complacent and high-spirited Zhuo Xiaoduo was mercilessly suppressed by Zhuo Xiaonian as soon as he returned home. At the Hidden Dragon High School, of course I have to give you enough face. After all, there are so many outsiders watching. Men need to be respected in the outside world. But now that we're home, little dog, shouldn't you explain yourself? What you did today made me so embarrassed, okay? You only care about showing off to yourself, you don't care about my feelings. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Then, it wasn't a matter of whether he believed it or not, but Zhuo Xiaonian directly went crazy. She sealed Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation as soon as she started, and he did a bungee jump of 8,848 meters for 3 hours. Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended for 3 hours, making all kinds of soul-stirring acts. From the beginning to the end, he begged for mercy. He was so tired of pretending that even Wu Yuding couldn't stand it anymore. Don't throw it. Wu Yuding came out to stop her. This trick is useless against him. Nian, you can't do this to men. Chapter 726. Wu Yuding sighed in her heart. Her daughter was too naive. Dogda was now a core master, and he was far more powerful than the average core master. How could she scare him like how she scared him when he was young? Did she think that he was still the little dog that was scared out of his wits when you threw him away? She had to teach her the art of controlling her husband. Otherwise, this girl would really be eaten by Dogda. Zhuo Xiaonian caught Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was falling from the sky. She held him by the back of his neck and asked humbly, "Mom, what should I do? Please teach me." Wu Yuding raised her eyebrows and said, "Hit where it hurts. Only by attacking its weak points can you defeat the enemy. This is especially true when dealing with a lazy guy like Dogda. The most direct method is to postpone the wedding for 10 years. Mom!" Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was being carried like a dead dog, screamed at the top of his lungs, "You're really my mother." Wu Yuding was unmoved. Another example is to not let him in on the wedding night. He will disappear for a few years. "Mommy!" Sob sob. Zhuo Xiaoduo cried. Another example is to not let him sleep on the bed in the future. Another example is. Wu Yuding came up with one good idea after another. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt cold all over. Zhuo Changlu, who was eavesdropping in the room, was also shocked and moved. Mom, Mom. Zhuo Xiaoduo struggled to get down and helped Wu Yuding up. It's late. Why don't you go to bed? Thank you, Mom. I will do that in the future. I will listen to everything you say. Zhuo Xiaonian chuckled, her body trembling with laughter. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, looked as if he had lost his parents. That night, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly remembered that he still had two treasures. He seemed to have forgotten to show them to his parents, so he quickly took them out and showed them to them. Dad, Mom, look at these two. Then, he took out the bead that he had taken out from the body of the giant earthworm and introduced it. Then, he took out the Void Transformation Stone and introduced it. Void Transformation Stone. Good stuff. Zhuo Changlu immediately set his eyes on the Void Transformation Stone. Dad, you know about this thing? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his parents were two encyclopedias. How could they know everything? Seen everything? This thing is indeed very rare, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Zhuo Changlu clicked his tongue in admiration. He looked at the Void Transformation Stone in his hand and said, but this thing is really good. It can be said to be a divine item for assassins. How good is it? Can you tell me the details? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked humbly. Well, it's not bad. Zhuo Changlu pushed the Void Transformation Stone back. If you don't intend to be an assassin, don't use this thing if you can. After all, it's addictive to use. It's a good thing that can silently take care of a strong enemy. It's a good thing that everyone loves. It's easy to kill someone above your level. Naturally, it's a super good thing. However, this thing has a huge flaw. It's useless against enemies above the Skysoar realm. On the contrary, it's hard to cover up one's flaws due to the dependence one has on it for a long time. It's easy to lose one's life in an instant. Think about it carefully. When you're used to taking advantage of opportunities, reaping without sowing, and killing enemies above your level. By the time you reach the Returnance realm, this habit will be deeply ingrained. Even if you know it's dangerous, you've already gotten used to it. If at that time, you try to kill a Skysoar realm expert, then, you'll be sending your neck to the enemy's blade. You must always remember that there are no shortcuts in the martial path. The higher the level of the martial path, the more you need to return to the basics. When you reach the Skysoar realm, although the Void Transformation Stone can't be considered a useless stone, it has to be at the same level as the enemy's cultivation to be of some use. As for the higher realms, the Void Transformation Stone is completely useless. It'll only be a burden. Your cultivation is still shallow, so you're still unable to experience the atmosphere of a battle at that realm. No matter how amazing your techniques are, they'll be useless at that time. Zhuo Zhanglu Chun said, you must always remember one thing, and that is, the so-called skills are only used because the power level of humans is not high enough. That's why we try our best to do things that are impossible with limited power. That's why techniques are called techniques. If your strength is high enough, then any techniques will be nothing but a joke. To put it bluntly, all martial arts moves are skills. Regardless of whether it's using 4 tails to pull 1,000 caddies or using force to shift one's strength, they're all useless in the face of absolute strength. When a cultivator reaches the Skysoar realm, there's basically no technique that they can't understand. What you know, I know. What you don't know, I might know. When you want to use techniques, that's when you want to save your strength, or when your ambition is at its peak. That's when you'll be at a disadvantage. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. If someone at the same level as me uses techniques against me, he might not even last a second. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded seriously. I understand. Dad, I'll try not to use this Void Transformation Stone in the future. He chuckled and said, that Yu Moyan seems to be an assassin. I'll find an opportunity to sell this thing to him. Sell it to him. Zhuo Changlu smacked his lips. I seem to have heard you mention that Yu Moyan's family is quite poor. Can he afford something like that? Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his chin. Dad, you're so narrow-minded. If he can't afford it, can't he just write an IOU? How much are you planning to sell it for? Zhuo Changlu asked. 100 million. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, 100 million high-grade jade of astral souls. This price isn't too much, right? I'm not asking for too much, am I? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Changlu almost choked to death. 100 million high-grade jade of astral souls. You can just kill Yu Moyan. Once this IOU is written, your classmate Yu Moyan will have to work for Zhuo Xiaoduo for the rest of his life. Even if he works until he reaches the level of Heavenly King, he still might not be able to pay off his debt. Alright, as long as you know what you're doing. Zhuo Changlu stopped talking. He just wanted his son to understand the harmful effects of the Void Transformation Stone. As for how Zhuo Xiaoduo would deal with this stone, that was his own business. Zhuo Changlu said that he didn't care. This bead is really strange. Zhuo Changlu looked at the bead that Zhuo Xiaoduo took out from the earthworm's body. He looked at it from left to right, and surprisingly, he was at a loss. It's really strange. I can't see through it. Wu Yuding walked over curiously. What is it that you can't see through? She knew who her husband was. If there was something in this world that Zhuo Changlu couldn't see through, it meant that it was really too rare. Wu Yuding took the bead and felt it for a moment. She couldn't help but shake her head. It's not an illusion bead. Zhuo Changlu nodded. How did you get it? Zhuo Xiaoduo told him the whole process. Earthworm. It can grow infinitely bigger after eating it. Zhuo Changlu really didn't understand. It doesn't seem to have much effect now, but I have a feeling that this thing isn't that simple. Earthworms are extremely weak, and it's difficult for them to cultivate. This bead can transform an earthworm into an existence that's almost in a different sense. Its effect is extraordinary. Keep it first. We'll slowly study it later. Zhuo Changlu coughed. Although he looked calm, he was still a little embarrassed. His son actually took out something that he didn't recognize. This really damaged his image as a great and honorable father. How could Wu Yuding not know Zhuo Changlu's appearance? She stared at him mockingly, and a trace of amusement flashed across her lips. Zhuo Changlu coughed. I'm going to take a shower and get ready for bed. With that, he stood up and left. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu went to bed early, leaving Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian alone. The husband and wife were both experienced. Naturally, they knew that a newly engaged young man and woman couldn't get enough alone time together. Zhuo Xiaonian sat on the two-seater sofa, watching TV as if nothing was wrong. She held the remote control in her hand and looked very carefree. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat on the single-seater sofa next to her, but he only felt an unbearable itch in his heart. Bored to death, he took out his phone and saw that the class group chat was full of videos. It was the scene of Xiang Bing's confession. He listened to Xiang Bing's words, I announce that we're a couple. You have to be good to me in the future, understand? Understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo almost couldn't help but howl like a wolf. He couldn't help but be enraptured. He really didn't misjudge this girl. She fell in love with just a push. Then, are you willing to go out with me for a meal and a drink? Xiang Bing's words were clearly heard. Ow ow. Zhuo Xiaoduo howled like a wolf. This girl's ability to execute orders is really strong. Zhuo Xiaonian's gaze drifted over. Swollen, she confessed. Let me show you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to run over. I don't want to see. Zhuo Xiaonian pouted. You sit over there, don't come over. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat down awkwardly. This reason is not good. But, even swollen. But I still. Therefore, he felt more and more unbearable. His buttocks bounced on the sofa and he muttered to himself, "This sofa spring seems to be broken. Why is it so uncomfortable?" Therefore, he lifted his buttocks and moved to the big sofa. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes and snorted softly, but the threat was obvious. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat down again and bounced his buttocks awkwardly. "It's really uncomfortable. Why is it so uncomfortable?" As he spoke, he stole glances at Zhuo Xiaonian. Zhuo Xiaonian seemed to be focused on watching the TV and completely ignored him. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo lifted his buttocks again. Zhuo Xiaonian did not see him. Zhuo Xiaoduo slowly moved his buttocks and finally moved to the big sofa. He bounced his buttocks and said happily, "This is still the most comfortable." Zhuo Xiaonian looked at him expressionlessly and turned to watch the TV. Zhuo Xiaoduo bounced his buttocks and said happily, "Comfortable, this sofa is really comfortable." As he bounced, he moved to Zhuo Xiaonian's side and there was slight physical contact. "Wow, so fragrant and soft." "Humph." Zhuo Xiaonian snorted coldly and glanced at him coldly. "Comfortable, so comfortable." Zhuo Xiaoduo started bouncing his buttocks again as if nothing had happened. Then, it would jolt again, and again, and again, and again. Later. Zhuo Xiaonian looked speechlessly at Zhuo Xiaoduo who was leaning on her body. This guy was bouncing around and she did not know when he had stuck to her body like chewed gum. He was blissful and was no longer bouncing around. Moreover, his hands were grabbing her small hands and he was giggling foolishly. He just held her hand tightly and did not do anything else. He leaned on her hand and giggled foolishly. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes and breathed heavily. The remote control dimmed and changed the channel. On the screen, a Sika deer jumped out. "Ayya!" Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to be shocked and his face turned pale. He hugged Zhuo Xiaonian's waist and said, "Ayya, this Sika deer is so scary." Zhuo Xiaonian was embarrassed and angry. "You are a ruthless person who kills people like flies and now you have the nerve to say that Sika deer are scary. Let go." "It's so scary. I'm scared of Sika deer the most." Zhuo Xiaoduo was trembling all over. He hugged Zhuo Xiaonian's soft and slender waist and refused to let go. He seemed to be really scared and his face was red. "Sika deer is so fierce. Sob sob sob. So scary. Sob sob sob. Open a separate chapter to explain the update in the next few days. Chapter 727. This rascal. Zhuo Xiaonian was angry and amused at the same time. She wanted to push him away, but then she remembered. They were engaged. This hug was quite normal. Right? She couldn't deny him any benefits. Zhuo Xiaonian could only let him hug her. She watched the TV on her own. Her white jade-like face was faintly flushed. After a long time she felt an itch on her thigh. His hand, which had been steaming, was actually touching her thigh. "Sister Nian Nian, are you embroidered with flowers on your pants?" Zhuo Xiaoduo curiously put his hand on it and touched it. "It's so exquisite." He touched it again. "It's so beautiful." Thus, he naturally placed it on Zhuo Xiaonian's thigh. Zhuo Xiaonian forced herself to hold back again. "I want to see how far you can go today." Her heart was pounding, but she gritted her teeth. "Dog, don't go overboard today." But Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had achieved a major breakthrough, so he behaved for a few minutes and then began to slide down. "Sister Nian Nian, your pants are so slippery. What material are they made of? Are they all flowers? Let me touch it. It's so slippery. It's made of good material. It must be very comfortable to wear, right?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart almost jumped out of his mouth. His mouth was dry, but he still pretended to seriously examine Zhuo Xiaonian's pants. He slowly stroked it with one hand, feeling the infinitely beautiful touch. His soul floated. These thighs are so long. If I take them off. Sua Xiaonian held back. But the next moment. Damn mosquito. How dare you bite my Nian Nian cat? Sua Xiaoduo saw that Sua Xiaonian didn't react and thought that she had acquiesced. He thought that his plan had succeeded. Then, he cursed the mosquito and one hand quickly launched a surprise attack on Sua Xiaonian's towering breasts. Bang! Sua Xiaoduo flew out and fell on the floor. He was dizzy and said miserably, there really was a mosquito. There really was a mosquito. Sua Xiaonian walked over with a cold face and picked up Sua Xiaoduo. Come, let's enter your pagoda. I want to exchange pointers with you. After the sparring, I believe that you can put away all your wicked ideas. That night, Sua Xiaonian beat Sua Xiaoduo 8 times in the space-exterminating pagoda. The sky was still dark. Now, 1 day in the Tower of Emptiness was equivalent to 30 days outside. 1 night in the Tower of Emptiness was equivalent to half a month. Sua Xiaonian was tired from beating Sua Xiaoduo. He took out his tent and began to cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation. However, he did not forget to chase Sua Xiaoduo out of the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaoduo, I will cultivate here for the next few days. Sua Xiaonian said, I still need to take the Jiuxiao spiritual water. After all, I have just broken through to the cloud realm and my foundation is not stable yet. I don't want to fall behind like Dad said. I will cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation for 2 days. When I feel that my foundation is stable enough, I can take it. Okay. This was a serious matter. Sua Xiaoduo had no reason to refuse. However, Sua Xiaoduo knew that he had been tricked when he went out. Sister Xiaonian had a good reason. However, behind this reason, it meant that he would not be able to see her for at least 2 days. He would not even have a chance to fight her. Sua Xiaoduo rushed in to argue with Sua Xiaonian, only to find that Sua Xiaonian was really meditating. No matter how unwilling Sua Xiaoduo was, he did not dare to disturb her. He could only sigh. Fortunately, Sua Xiaonian came out of the Tower of Annihilation in the morning. Sua Xiaoduo was relieved. Actually, Sua Xiaonian couldn't think of it, but they just got engaged. Sua Xiaoduo wasn't the only one who couldn't hold it in, Sua Xiaonian was also the same. She felt like something was missing if she didn't see this sneaky dog face for a day. After coming out, Sua Xiaonian realized that the concession she made at night was definitely the most unwise concession she had ever made. Because Sua Xiaoduo had already treated it as normal. Seeing Sua Xiaonian making breakfast, he walked over naturally and put his arm around her waist, whispering, Are you doing it again? Looking at the arm around her waist, looking at Sua Xiaoduo's calm and natural face, Luo Xiaonian felt embarrassed. How could Sua Xiaonian not know how serious her mistake was this time? She protested again and again, but Sua Xiaoduo argued, It was fine last night, but not today. We are engaged. Isn't it normal for us to do anything? Besides, I just put my arm around your waist. Did I do anything else? No. I just put my arm around your waist. Right? Then why are you in such a hurry? Don't worry, I will definitely respect you. After breakfast, they sat on the sofa and chatted. Sua Xiaoduo was already able to sit beside Sua Xiaonian without any change in his expression. He held Sua Xiaonian's hand with one hand and put his other arm around her waist. Openly and openly. Sua Xiaonian felt uncomfortable all over. Her body was stiff. Her parents were sitting opposite her. Then Sua Xiaoduo suddenly yawned and said that he was very sleepy. He actually fell down onto Sua Xiaonian's lap. Sua Xiaonian's pink face instantly turned red. Opposite them, Sua Changlu and Wu Yuding were surprised. Progress. So fast. He had already started to rest on her lap. And in front of the two of them. This dog is really something. Mom. Look at him. Sua Xiaonian pursed her lips, feeling wronged. Tell me about your son. As she spoke, she pushed Sui Xiaoduo, but she didn't use much strength. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and thought to herself, if you don't want him to, would he be so powerful as to rest on your lap? Look at the way you pushed him. Are you pushing him or touching him? I can't control him. Wu Yuding hinted. You have to control yourself. Zhuo Xiaonian was at a loss and was speechless for a long time. How can I control myself? I've already taken precautions. But don't you know how thick-skinned your son is? Zhuo Xiaoduo got up embarrassedly and laughed. He scratched his head and said, Dad, Mom, it's normal for an engaged couple. I know. Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. His face was red and he got up to sunbathe. It seemed that as a father-in-law, it wasn't appropriate for him to be involved in these matters. Wu Yuding waved at Zhuo Xiaonian and led Zhuo Xiaonian out. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck his head out to eavesdrop, but Wu Yuding locked him in the room. Nian Nian, you're too lenient on him, Wu Yuding said. Let me tell you, you have to be more persistent. What? Insist that your clothes are still on and that your chest doesn't fall. That's enough. Wu Yuding held Zhuo Xiaonian's little head and whispered, once a girl's chest falls, it's basically a total collapse. If you don't want to fall so early, you can't let him succeed. Zhuo Xiaonian stroked her chest, her pretty face red. You're really too lenient on him. Wu Yuding sighed. For a long time, you coaxed him when he was young. When you were a little older, you played with him. When you were a little older, you took care of him for everything. You thought about him for everything. Although in your daily interactions with your brother, you seem to be in a strong and dominant position. But in reality, you always gave in to him and gave in to him. When he's unhappy or uncomfortable, you're more anxious than he is. As soon as Xiaoduo cries or feels uncomfortable, you'll immediately give in to him. It's a habit that's been formed for a long time. Sigh. Wu Yuding stroked her daughter's hair lovingly. Think about it, when he can't cultivate, are you more anxious than he is? Zhuo Xiaonian lowered her head. Wu Yuding was right. That was indeed the case. Although she beat him up sometimes when she was angry, it didn't hurt at all. This caused this guy to immediately smile and do what he was supposed to do. It's hard to change your attitude. Wu Yuding sighed. I don't want to change. Zhuo Xiaonian lowered her head. I should give in to him. I'm older than him. Her bright eyes turned. Thinking of Zhuo Xiaonian's sneaky look, she couldn't help but smile. Wu Yuding was even more speechless. I'm giving you an idea, girl. Why do you look so sweet when you're talking? But you can't live like this as a married couple. What's the difference? Zhuo Xiaonian widened her round eyes. Silly girl. Wu Yuding sighed. It was indeed nothing. But, this little puppy was really living a happy life. Look at your face, you're willing to give anything away. There should be some rules. Yes, yes. Zhuo Xiaonian nodded fiercely. Wu Yuding knew at a glance that this girl was actually not thinking about anything. She was just nodding her head instinctively. Forget it. I'll talk to the little puppy. Wu Yuding sent Zhuo Xiaonian into the room. With a straight face, she called Zhuo Xiaoduo out. Tell me, what do you want? Wu Yuding's face was very serious. With a straight face, she glared and went straight to the point. I don't want to do anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. He scratched his head and was stunned for a while before he spoke. You child. Wu Yuding wanted to say something, but for a moment, she was a little speechless. She couldn't help but sigh. Strictly speaking, everything Zhuo Xiaoduo did was too normal. For any pair of men and women, from having feelings for each other to becoming one, in fact, it was a process of the man constantly breaking the bottom line of the woman. And this process could only be called instinctive. Everything was natural and indisputable. Once the relationship was confirmed, how far it would develop, or how long it would take to develop to that stage, to a large extent, depended on how thick-skinned one party was. And from the traditional view, or in most cases, the progress of this relationship depended on how thick-skinned the man was. Now, the situation was like a river bursting through a dam. It took a sharp turn and was out of control. It was not that Zhuo Xiaonian was not reserved. The main reason was that her son, Zhuo Xiaoduo, was so thick-skinned that it was rare in the world. For his goal, he could be indomitable, shameless, and persevering regardless of reputation. As for his pride, Zhuo Xiaoduo could tear it off and put it in his pocket at any time. He could even use it as a shoe pad. This was the most important reason why Nian Cat was losing ground. For the record, I'm just an author. Zhuo Xiaoduo is just a fictional character. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo is despicable, our personalities are different. I'm very righteous. I'm very open and honest. I don't smile and I'm a man of few words. Really. Please believe me. Chapter 728. Besides, Wu Yuding also understood very well. Now that a man and a woman had just gotten engaged, in such a beautiful time where they could feel an electric shock just by touching each other's hands, it was inevitable that both of them would be very curious. Every time they touched each other, it would be a brand new physical experience. It was reasonable for both of them to want to get closer to each other. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo was trying everything he could think of. Zhuo Xiaonian, on the other hand, was secretly happy to see him succeed, but he was also trying to resist and welcome him. Actually, she also wanted Duo to harass them. But Duo, I can tell you. Wu Yuding was afraid that her son would do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Your sister Nian is different from other women. Your sister Nian is an astral soul with an innate ice jade constitution. That's why I keep reminding you about sister Nian. Zhuo Xiaoduo widened his big eyes in confusion. Huh? Zhuo Xiaoduo was really puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Now that they were in a relationship, what did it have to do with cultivation talent? Wu Yuding said, innate ice jade constitution. I know you don't understand what it means and how important it is. I'll tell you now. Have you heard of the words flawless jade? Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. Nian's constitution belongs to this type. I'm warning you seriously. Before she reaches the perfect ice jade constitution, you can't act rashly. In other words, you can't damage her chastity. Do you understand now? Zhuo Xiaoduo grimaced. Mom, can you explain it more clearly? When you're born as a human, you have 3 perfect stages in your life. When you're in your mother's body, you have a perfect innate constitution. Everything you breathe in is innate qi. Everything you feed is innate soul. This is the first perfect stage. However, once you're born and come into contact with the mortal world, this perfect stage will be broken immediately. This is unavoidable for any cultivator, no, anyone. And in this world, even breathing and every component of clothing, food, housing, and transportation are filled with impurities. That's why perfection is broken. And, there's a realm in the cultivation of martial arts. And, it's called rebirth. Or, you'll know if it's another name. It's called flying heavens. Flying? Isn't Fei Tian the cultivation realm above returning profound? What does it have to do with rebirth? Isn't the so-called flying to the heavens another way of saying that a person has transcended the mortal world? And cultivators who have reached this stage must transform their mortal bodies into the state of Xiantian perfection. Only then can they truly fly to the heavens and truly break away from the mortal world. Now, this is the second perfection of man. Wu Yuding said, to be more clear, before your sister Nian breaks through to the Skysoar realm, you must not destroy her chastity. Once she loses her virginity, it will be a flaw in her body, and she will never be able to reach perfection. Even if she manages to break through to the Skysoar realm, her innate ice jade physique will still be unable to reach perfection. She will still have flaws in her cultivation. Do you understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo pouted, his face full of anger. He kept feeling that he had been duped, but he couldn't find any evidence to refute it. The names of the realms of martial arts cultivation are not given casually. You must firmly remember this. Wu Yuting sighed. Why do you need to achieve embryonic breathing before nascent soul? Then cloud transformation. Then spirit control. Then returning profound? Only after returning profound can one have hope of flying to the heavens. The connection between these is a step-by-step process. You've already cultivated for some time, but do you truly understand the true meaning of these words? If you truly understand, you'll understand what I'm saying. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Mom, then what about the third perfection? Wu Yuting took a light breath and said indifferently, the third perfection. Up until now, no one has been able to reach it. Because this realm is called Great Perfection. It's an unattainable and unreachable realm. It's real yet illusory. She sighed slightly. Perhaps someone would be able to reach it soon. Because although she and her husband had used his hand to intercept his providence and nurture their son, increasing karma. However, it also made up for the biggest flaw of the mortal dust transformation. As long as that person could see through this layer of karma, they would be able to achieve great perfection, just like immortal ascension. I see. Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully recalled the past. He recalled every little thing that had happened since he entered the Tao. Martial disciple, martial master, Khanate, embryonic breathing, core essence. And after that, nascent soul, cloud transformation, spirit control, returning profound, flying heaven. These realms seem to really indicate something. With a sudden realization, Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to have truly understood something. There was a very clear line in this. I won't explain it here. This explanation is too long. If you don't understand, leave a message. I'll find a chance to add a chapter. If you can understand, I won't. It's good that you understand. Wu Yuting said, remember, before your sister Nian Nian flies into the sky, you can do anything. The only thing you can't touch is that last step. Understand? Understood. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was gloomy and listless. Alright, you can go and practice now. Wu Yuting sent Zhuo Xiaoduo away. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked back with his head drooped. However, his depression only lasted for a few minutes before he slowly became spirited again. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I can't break through that last step for the time being. What's the big deal? Nian Nian Cat was originally guarding against me like I was guarding against hooligans. It's not easy for me to break through. Now. Mother has given me enough indication. I have to be tactful. Besides, it's just that I can't break through the last step. As for the rest, I can still do whatever I want. The fun in this. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and wagged his tail again. It's not necessarily any less. Hence, he howled and went straight to Zhuo Xiaonian, jumping and jumping. Zhuo Changlu came to Wu Yuting's side with a smile. Did you trick her? Yes, I did. Besides, it's not a trick. It's the truth. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes. Yes. Wu Yuting sighed and said with a conflicted expression, we have to scare this kid. Look at your daughter. She's basically defenseless now. She's even very indulgent. She's enjoying it even though she wants to reject it. If we don't trick this kid, who knows, your daughter might be sent away in a few days. Zhuo Changlu smacked his lips and felt depressed. If there's anything you don't like about your son or daughter, or if there's anything you're worried about, you keep saying, your daughter. Your son. Then, when your son or daughter becomes successful and improves, you keep saying, my son is awesome. My daughter is awesome. Your differential treatment is simply too obvious. So, If there's something good, it's your son or daughter. If you're naughty or angry, it's your son or daughter. For you to have such double standards, you should represent the mainland to negotiate with the UMNO alliance. That's the best way to make the best use of your talents. Thinking of this, Zhuo Changlu sighed. His wife was famous for her double standards. Back then, she represented the mainland to negotiate with the UMNO alliance many times. It was said that the few great shamans who talked to her all got emphysema when they went back. Now, there won't be any problems in the short term. As long as this kid really cares about Nian Nian and loves her, he won't do anything rash even if Nian Nian is sent to bed now. Not only is this kid patient, but he's also much more patient than ordinary people. He's an anomaly. Wu Yuding was very confident in her son's ability to do this. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. Do you think it's necessary? Necessary? Wu Yuding glared and said, if you don't scare this kid, our grandson might be born next year. Do you still have to doubt this? Isn't it better to have a grandson? Zhuo Changlu was puzzled. Idiot! Wu Yuding said angrily, how many more days can we stay in this secular world? This time, we have to break through when we go back. Then, we have to return. This fusion of body and soul. No matter how smooth the progress is, it'll take time, right? If there's no enlightenment, it'll take at least a year, right? If there's any enlightenment during this time, you won't be able to come out without 3 years. At most, we can only come out for a walk occasionally. We can't let this dog know our true identity. Do you have time to take care of the child? If we have a grandson and he comes out during this time, what will we do? Can the two of them take care of him well? If you give him a kitten or a puppy, they'll probably have a lot of fun. But the child? Think about it. Wu Yuding said disdainfully, your son is so despicable now, and you still expect him to teach my grandson well. Your son is so despicable. I'm afraid he won't teach my grandson well. Listen to this. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. But when he thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Even if it wasn't for this, the war was about to start. The Demon Alliance's return was imminent, and the 3 continents were actively preparing for war. At such a delicate time, it was indeed inappropriate to have a child. It was better to raise their cultivation and stay alive first. Once they had a child, Nian Nian would miss at least 2 years of cultivation time. This was the golden time before the war. Thus, he didn't object. Zhuo Changlu, who had completed his own strategy, nodded vigorously. You did the right thing. Then, he said, but when we come out, when our safety is basically guaranteed. If they haven't reached the Ascension realm. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. When the time comes, you can tell them that you remembered wrongly and then told your mother. Then, your mother didn't know and told the 2 of you that it wasn't like that. Now, the 2 of you can do anything. Then, she sighed. Actually, it's best if they reach the Ascension realm. Not only will they have a long way to go, but a child born from a consummate body will also be good. Zhuo Changlu was speechless and looked at the sky. It turned out that he still had to take the blame for this. The heavens took pity on him. He didn't even say a word. So, he was the kind of person who would only show up when he needed to be used. But under his wife's threatening gaze, Zhuo Changlu could only choose one path. You're right. Cough, you're right. Chapter 729. It was 9:30 in the morning. Zhuo Xiaoduo absorbed all the heat in the Tower of Annihilation as usual. Zhuo Xiaoduo once again entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to act like a mature and elegant father. He tried his best to show that he had a wife now. He was an adult. He had to be elegant and elegant. That was probably the attitude. A certain person was sitting on a stone table in the courtyard with a book in his hand. He had an air of elegance about him as he sipped his tea elegantly while reading. Occasionally, he would look at the book and smile. He nodded thoughtfully. He seemed to be saying, I understand. I'm improving again. I'm not tired of reading. In the courtyard of the villa, the grass was green. A cool breeze blew. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. Zhuo Xiaoduo was wearing a white robe, sitting on the stone platform in a carefree manner. He was holding a book, looking like a learned scholar. From a visual point of view, this scene was really a very pure and beautiful painting. Li Chenglong felt like he was in a dream. He came back from afar and walked into the villa in a daze. He saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's white robe fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal. You're back. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled elegantly. He did not show his teeth and his eyes did not move from the book. What a picture of an elegant gentleman reading. Then, he lowered his eyebrows and said in a calm voice, It's good that you're back. Li Chenglong was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Finally, he was sure that the person in front of him was Zhuo Xiaoduo. Then, he realized something else. Boss, why are you holding the book upside down? Li Chenglong was very surprised. What are you up to this time? Putting on a show. What are you doing? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. He took a closer look at the book in his hand. Damn it, it was really upside down. He angrily threw the book to the ground, gritted his teeth, and jumped up. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, swollen, if I don't beat you to death today. Li Chenglong immediately screamed and turned around to flee. He was as anxious as a stray dog and as busy as a fish that had escaped the net. Zhuo Xiaoduo chased after him fiercely. Behind him, Grandma Shi, Wu Yuding, and the others burst out laughing while holding their stomachs. After a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo came back with Li Chenglong, whose face was all bruised and swollen. He felt a little strange. Swollen, something's not right with you today. Why are your legs so weak? You're too distracted. I can't believe I knocked you down so easily. It's a little strange. Li Chenglong's face was flushed red, and he averted his gaze. Isn't it normal that I can't beat you? Hee hee. Your smile is a little lewd. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly realized that something was wrong. He then frowned and said, The red mark on your neck. I don't remember hitting your neck, right? Li Chenglong's face instantly turned red. It's nothing. It's nothing even if you hit me. Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more suspicious. He rolled his eyes and seemed to have understood something. He couldn't help but click his tongue twice. He circled Li Chenglong twice and said sarcastically, Swollen, what did you do last night? Didn't you go home last night? That's a big mistake. Why don't you tell me the truth? It was only now that he realized that this guy's luck with women had spread out and covered him completely. This guy didn't do anything good last night. Don't be so loud. Li Chenglong was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. He pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo and ran into his room. Let's talk in the room. Let's talk in the room. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and followed Li Chenglong into the room. What's going on? Why don't you tell me the truth? Zhuo Xiaoduo acted like a judge. Ahem. Li Chenglong's face was red. He was a little perplexed, a little reminiscing, a little pleased, and a little manly. Last night. Li Chenglong found it hard to speak. I did that. Did that? Zhuo Xiaoduo almost burst out laughing when he heard that. However, he was also very surprised. This guy had always been proud of himself as the leader of the Iron and Steel sect. He never expected that he would be enlightened and hit a home run on the same night. That was really too awesome. Swollen, I finally have a whole new level of respect for you today. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed from the bottom of his heart. Was this really the leader of the Iron and Steel sect? Even a playboy wouldn't be able to do that. From being enlightened to being a man, it only took one night. This was simply more of a love expert than a love expert. A master. Although he didn't know if he was a man among men, he was almost there. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth was a little dry from talking. He poured a glass of water and said sarcastically, "What did you do? Tell me." "It's just that." Li Chenglong felt like he was being bullied. He stammered, "Boss, don't laugh. Last night. Sigh, it's hard to explain. I was ruined by Xiang Bing." Pfft. Ahem. Zhuo Xiaoduo directly sprayed Li Chenglong's head, face, and body. Then, he coughed violently. This time, it was no exaggeration. He really choked to death. She had been ruined. What the fuck? This sentence made Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body flutter in the wind. It was as if he could conquer the world. You were ruined by Xiang Bing. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were hanging up. Even his voice became strange. Sigh. Tell me the details. Zhuo Xiaoduo was excited. He pulled a chair over and sat opposite Li Chenglong. Yesterday afternoon, Xiang Bing suddenly said that she likes me and it was useless for me to object. She fixed me. Li Chenglong's brain was obviously short-circuited. And then, I didn't object to it. And then, Xiang Bing asked me out for a meal. And a drink. And then we went for a drink. Fuck, who asked you this? What happened after the drink? And then, after the drink, Xiang Bing got drunk. Li Chenglong sighed. Drunk? The corner of Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. Let's not talk about how a martial artist could handle alcohol. Even Xiang Bing's alcohol tolerance was not something that Li Chenglong could handle. How could she get drunk so easily? Probably only the leader of the Iron and Steel sect would believe such nonsense. Even the deputy leader of the Iron and Steel sect wouldn't believe it. Well, what happened after Xiang Bing got drunk? Then, I helped Xiang Bing out of the restaurant. At that time, the neon lights on the street were so beautiful. Little Bing got drunk and insisted on looking at the neon lights. Well, what happened after looking at the neon lights? Then we walked to a hotel. It seemed to be the most high-end hotel in Fenghai, Moon Attainment Restaurant. We found out that Moon Attainment Restaurant was closed today. There were no neon lights. Xiang Bing was unhappy and insisted on dragging me to ask why there were no neon lights here. The neon lights were so beautiful. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. Xiang Bing's scheme was a bit deep. And then, we went in and asked. Tonight, it was actually intentional. The people in Moon Attainment Restaurant said that we deliberately created this phenomenon. As long as someone walked in, the first person who walked in would be the heavenly VIP today. This kind of event hasn't happened in decades. Today, it was a sudden inspiration from the boss. Cough cough. A sudden inspiration. It was so fucking good. Then, DUI restaurant put up a neon sign because of us, but they still didn't open for business today. They only served us. Then, they gave us a high-end banquet. They said it was VIP treatment. Then, Xiang Bing suddenly wanted to drink. She pulled me and wouldn't let me leave. Li Chenglong's expression was very strange. As we drank, Xiang Bing got drunk again. She said that she wanted to sleep. Then, she pulled me to check if the Dearer Moon restaurant was clean or not. After that, we went into the most luxurious emperor suite. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled. And then, Xiang Bing said I smelled. She told me to take a shower. And after the shower, as soon as I came out, Xiang Bing pulled me around in circles. After a few rounds, she pushed me onto the bed. Zhuo Xiaoduo licked his lips, his eyes shining. Then, she forced herself on you. You didn't resist? At that time, she suddenly pressed on top of me without any warning. Then. Li Chenglong suddenly quivered and tilted his head. I can't say the rest. Fuck. Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. We were just talking about the benefits, and you're not going to continue? Do you think you're a platinum god who writes novels? Have you encountered a harmonious plot? No, continue. How dare you keep me in suspense? How dare you? Do you think I won't stab you with a knife? Then, I was violated. Do you really want to hear the whole process? Li Chenglong looked conflicted. I didn't expect you, Zhuo Xiaoduo, to be this kind of person. I'm this kind of person. I want to hear the whole process. What's the point of just telling me the ending? I'm also confused about the whole process. I don't know why. Anyway, it was until this morning. Li Chenglong coughed. Xiang Bing went home. She asked me to help her apply for leave. And then? That's it. You didn't sleep the whole night? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. Cough cough cough. Yes. Really? Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but be speechless. This idiot. Our leader is no longer single. Fuck, this idiot is even faster than me. And he spent the whole night. Being violated the whole night? You're really a fucking bull. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a book and rolled out a microphone. Li Chenglong, let's have an interview. After you were defiled, and defiled several times at that, what are your thoughts? Li Chenglong coughed and sat up straight. In a very formal voice, he said, I thank the leaders of the mainland, the government, and the soldiers for creating a peaceful environment. I thank this environment for allowing my parents to get married. I thank my parents for raising me and giving birth to a man. I thank Xiang Bing for violating me. This feeling is actually quite good. Ha ha ha. Chapter 730. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed so hard that he fell from the chair to the ground. He held his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. So a bastard like you actually understood everything. Yet you allowed her to defile you. Fuck, how can this be considered as being forced? It's more like being pushed and pushed. Zhuo Xiaoduo was almost out of breath. Actually, I didn't understand until I got to Due restaurant. Li Chenglong sighed and said, but at that time, if I left, I was afraid that I would leave Xiao Bing with a lifelong regret. So, I could only choose to sacrifice my chastity. Swollen's face was full of helplessness. Bah! Zhuo Xiaoduo said disdainfully, bah, your face is full of shit. Li Chenglong, how can you say something like that? I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, have really misjudged you. Li Chenglong laughed and scratched his head. What about now? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. I'll marry her. Li Chenglong was very determined. I will definitely marry her, so I need your help. What help? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Uncle Zhuo and Auntie Zhuo are both here. They happen to be from Phoenix City too. Actually, my parents will be here in a few days. I can't wait for them. I have to give them an explanation for what happened last night. Or else, Xiao Bing will be very sad. Li Chenglong looked serious. I want to ask Uncle Zhuo and Auntie Zhuo to be the matchmaker for me. I'll propose marriage today. At least we have to settle the marriage first. Then, when my parents are here, we'll make arrangements. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. That's not a problem. You're my brother. My parents are similar to yours. Suddenly, he realized something. Wow, Swollen, you're using your little tricks on me. You didn't call me in to tell me how you were raped. You just wanted me to do something for you. Li Chenglong grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand and begged, "Boss, help me, help me. Forget it, forget it. I'll talk to my dad now. I think he'll agree." Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Li Chenglong beamed with joy. "Thank you, thank you. Ha ha ha. Why aren't you going? Go quickly. What time is it? All right. You're really something. You're really something." Zhuo Xiaoduo tapped Li Chenglong's nose again and again. "Li Chenglong, I'll remember you." He turned around and opened the door. That's basically what happened. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at his father. Zhuo Changlu sighed. "All right, your mom and I will agree." He glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo and thought to himself, "Kid, you probably don't know how much good you've done for your brother, right? Are your parents the kind of matchmakers who can casually act as matchmakers? A fucking Sky Patrol minister and his wife acting as matchmakers." In this world, since ancient times, there had only been one pair. That was Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo, the king of Zhuolu and his wife. But that pair was his own disciple. It was the first time in his life that he had acted as a matchmaker for someone unrelated to him. Li Chenglong's face was as high as the sky. But after thinking about it, he still asked cautiously, "Don't you know how to read people's faces? This Li Chenglong, what do you think of his future achievements? Is there a need to read people's faces?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. Obviously, he didn't think that his father had any scruples and wouldn't be so willing to act as a matchmaker. Zhuo Zhanglu smiled meaningfully and said, "You're good at physiognomy and qi divination. So, you should know that the concept of a person's luck isn't nonsense." "Of course," Zhuo Xiaoduo said. "Well, fate does exist." Zhuo Changlu said lightly, "For example, there are many ordinary young people getting married now. You know about wedding cars, right?" "Yes. There was a time when wedding cars were very particular. The more expensive, the better. This was because it could make the groom and the bride proud. However, there was one thing that had to be paid attention to, and that was whether the fate of the bride and groom could withstand the transport of a luxury car that was too high-end. For example, when a bride got married, her wedding car was worth 10 million. But this wedding car was the only luxury car that the bride had ever sat in her entire life. Why? Because her fate wasn't enough, the car backfired on her. On the day of the wedding, the bride's fate had reached the peak of her life. Her fate would be affected by the car she sat in. It's taboo for ordinary private luxury cars to be used as a wedding car for others. But this isn't the most terrible and taboo thing. If the bride's fate couldn't overcome the extravagance of the car, then the bride's fate would be taken away by the car, causing her fate to be damaged. This is the backfire of the car that I mentioned just now. Zhuo Zhanglu smiled. So, do you understand now? Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly understood. You mean, you're worried that Li Chenglong's fate can't withstand the matchmaking between you and Mom? Zhuo Changlu smiled. That's what I mean. Although it's a little self-inflating, but on this continent, there aren't many people who can withstand the matchmaking of your dad and mom at the same time. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, "Dad, don't worry. Swollen's fate is quite good. It can be said that he has the potential to soar to the sky. According to my current fortune-telling skills, Swollen's future achievements will be at the pinnacle of the continent." Zhuo Changlu's eyes narrowed. The pinnacle of the continent? Are you serious? Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded seriously and said, "Yes. I'm sure of this." Zhuo Changlu's face became serious. "Do you know what the pinnacle of the continent means?" "I don't know." Zhuo Xiaoduo said honestly, "Physiognomy is based on cultivation. For example, I can't see the physiognomy and fate of people with high cultivation because these people can hide all these. Of course, the higher my cultivation, the more I can see through the cultivator's fate, the clearer it will be. Zhuo Changlu said faintly, this is how it should be. You should know that the way of heaven has its basis, but fate has its flaws. If a cultivator who has entered the way of cultivation is seen by others, then his opponent can use this to plot against him. However, with Li Chenglong's cultivation and strength, I can see that his face is that of a dragon soaring through the sky. His fate is that of the clouds above the 9 heavens. I can't be wrong about that. Flying dragon soaring in the sky, above the clouds. Although Zhuo Changlu didn't know much about fortune-telling, he could still hear how awesome these two evaluations were. He couldn't help but ponder. After a while, he asked, what about you? Me? Zhuo Xiaoduo giggled, Li Chenglong's face and fate are awesome, but they are more of an auxiliary to his achievements. And I'm in the main position. Zhuo Changlu's facial muscles twitched. He looked at his son curiously. Son, do you mean that you're more awesome than Li Chenglong? More awesome than a flying dragon soaring in the sky, above the clouds? It's been hard on you. You took a big turn and even used my words to show off in front of me. Then it's fine. I'll agree with your mother. Tomorrow. Well, we'll go to the matchmaker this afternoon. Zhuo Changlu agreed immediately. Great, it's settled then. I thank you on behalf of Li Chenglong. Get lost. Well, someone will come this afternoon. You can try to see this person's fate. Zhuo Changlu said. Okay, as long as she restrains her cultivation, I can see some clues. Restraining her cultivation? That's easy. Zhuo Changlu agreed. Outside Fenghai City. Bai Yunduo stood in the void in a white dress. She took the space rings from the people who came from all directions. She opened them and poured out a huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder. Dust filled the sky as far as the eye could see. At this moment, there was a huge pile on the ground. And this was just the beginning. There were still people coming in. The smallest ring was about 12 cubic meters, and the more there were more than 100 cubic meters. Just like that, the powder continued to be poured out. After pouring, they left immediately. Bai Yunduo sat cross-legged in the air. Her voice penetrated the ears of everyone who came. After you leave here, forget about this immediately. Yes. Many people were shocked. What kind of strict confidentiality was this? But for this little bit of Astral Soul's jade powder? Was it worth it? Why was this matter so strange? At 2:00 in the afternoon. The amount Bai Yunduo asked for had been exceeded, and there was still a steady flow of it. After a whole day, there was a majestic mountain of Astral Soul's jade powder below. At 3:00, Bai Yunduo called for a guard, and then disappeared with a whoosh. She went to Fenghai City. Come to the villa in Fenghai City and ask for directions. Bring the Void Destruction Pagoda. Zhuo Changlu sent a message. Bai Yunduo did not dare to be negligent. She tore the space apart and crossed over in an instant. Zhuo Changlu and Zhuo Xiaoduo, father and son, were playing chess on the stone table in the villa's courtyard. The two of them took one step at a time, and were in the midst of a fierce battle. Someone outside the door coughed. A woman in white walked in with a smile. Master, can I ask for directions? Zhuo Changlu stood up enthusiastically. Come in, come in. Since you're here, you're a guest. How can I help you? The woman in white had sweat stains on her face. She said, I'm in a hurry. Is it convenient for you to ask for a glass of water? Zhuo Zhanglu laughed. What's wrong with that? Zhuo Xiaoduo poured a glass of water. Zhuo Changlu leaned over to his son's ear. Xiaoduo, look at her. Bai Yunduo, who was holding a glass of water, was dumbfounded. What did he mean? Let your son look at me. I already have a husband. You're the one who makes the decision. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up. His first impression was that she was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But if he had seen this beautiful, noble, and generous woman before, he would have an impression of her. But the woman in front of him was completely unfamiliar. After a glance, he already had a rough idea of her face. He nodded at Zhuo Changlu and signaled him to take a good look. He said to his father through telepathy, it would be better if she could write. But it doesn't matter now. I already have a good understanding of her. Chapter 731. Zhuo Changlu laughed, indicating that he understood. On the other side, Bai Yunduo asked, can you tell me how to get to the rubble field in the southwest of Fenghai City? Zhuo Changlu said in surprise, that's not a good place to go. There are a lot of meteorites there. If you don't pay attention, you will be injured. Why do you want to know about that place? Bai Yunduo chuckled and said, I heard that there's a stone pit over there. All the star soul jade powder that we've accumulated in the past has been thrown over there. Originally, there was nothing for me to do, but during this period of time, everyone has gone out, so I had to personally make a trip and throw the accumulated star soul jade powder over there. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Throw the astral soul's jade powder there. Why throw it there? You can give it to me directly. It seemed like there were quite a lot of people who said that this kind of thing would benefit both himself and others, the more the better. He would not refuse anyone who came. Zhuo Changlu said with a smile, it's over there. Just follow the direction I pointed. You must be tired from the journey. Have a cup of tea and take a rest before you continue. Okay, thank you very much. Bai Yunduo sat down and drank 2 cups of water. It seemed that she was really thirsty. After drinking the water, Bai Yunduo suddenly broke into a smile and used her finger to write the word water on the table. She seemed to have done it subconsciously. She said, many thanks to Master for the water. Now that we have met by chance, such a warm family is really rare. If little brother needs anything in the future, just these 2 cups of water are enough for me to repay you. Goodbye. Bai Yunduo stood up and flew away as if she was in a hurry. This person is not simple, Dad. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that Bai Yunduo had gone far. He sensed carefully and said with a dignified face. How is she not simple? This woman's fate is extraordinary. It can be said to be indescribably precious. Moreover, her status is so high that it's frightening. Her luck is so strong, her status is so high, and her cultivation is so thick. All of them are rare. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, such a person, coincidentally came to our house to drink a cup of water. Ha! Zhuo Changlu asked, is she really that lucky? I only said that her life is precious, but that might not be the case. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, although this woman's luck is extremely strong and can be said to be exuberant, her fate is not necessarily good. In fact, I should say that it's very bad. Zhuo Changlu frowned. Oh. This woman is now protected by great virtue and has great providence. She has entered the Tao and cultivated smoothly. Everything else is also going smoothly. But her luck will only last for a few years. The future may not be so good. Zhuo Changlu's interest was piqued. Why do you say that? Can you be more specific? This woman's fate is to die alone. Moreover, the main event will be in the near future. It's extremely difficult to avoid. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. She had a happy childhood and a happy youth. She has a long life of good fortune and has been protected for thousands of years. However, there is always a difference in luck. There is no perfect life. Her chin is slightly short. This is not a problem for ordinary people. However, she is a high-level martial artist with a long lifespan. This is a problem. In my opinion, her fate is to die alone. She will die after her husband. Moreover, there is a murderous aura in her canopy. It's conflicting with each other, indicating that her luck is overflowing. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, in 3 to 5 years. She will die after her husband. After that, she will be alone for life until she dies of old age. Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Is this true?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said solemnly, "Dad, I'm telling the truth. Moreover, look at the word she wrote. Water. Water is a good thing. It's the source of life." However, the word she wrote now is full of the meaning of moving clouds and flowing water. It's free and easy. However, in a sense, the word eternity has no head. Without eternity, there's only distance left. What is distance? The distance between life and death is the farthest. Eternity without a head, there's only water left. Where does water go? No matter where it goes, it has to go. It has to flow. It has to go. Women are also known as flowers and beauties. Women themselves occupy the word flower. At this moment, she wrote the word water again. After writing it, she immediately left. It's still going. Dad, this faintly reveals the character of falling flowers and flowing water. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, from this, it can be inferred that there will be a great battle in 3 to 5 years. She and her husband should have met with misfortune in this great battle. Defeated, falling flowers and flowing water. Today, she occupies the word go. Where is she going? She inquired about the southwest today. What is the southwest? It's where the ghost city is. Exactly. Falling flowers and flowing water, spring is gone. Heaven on earth. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly, defeated, falling flowers and flowing water, it's a great loss. Spring is gone forever. Since it's gone forever, it's separated by life and death. Therefore, from then on, one is in heaven, and the other is in the mortal world. Zhuo Changlu's expression changed slightly. Falling flowers and flowing water, spring is gone. Heaven on earth, there's no day to meet again. 3 years later, within 5 years. Great battle, great defeat, falling flowers and flowing water. Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath. His voice was solemn, how confident are you in this judgment? Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said, Dad, if it was someone else who saw it and asked, I can only say that it's up to the heavens to believe it or not. But since you asked, I can tell you directly that I'm 100% confident, 100% confident. Zhuo Changlu's mood suddenly became heavy, and he said, as the saying goes, there's always a way to break it. Since you can see the key point, do you have a way to break it? I think that woman is a kind person. If there's a way to save her, why don't we form a good relationship? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed, if it was simple, I would have said it just now. This is a life and death tribulation, the fate of yin and yang husband and wife. Is there really no way? Zhuo Changlu's tone turned bitter. It's not completely impossible, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Tell me. If we want to avoid this disaster, we need someone who can suppress the bad luck. And we only need to find someone whose luck can suppress the bad luck. Then we can defy the heavens and change our fate. But it's very difficult to break the tribulation. I'm afraid the difficulty is no less than Sister Nian's soul-cleansing tribulation. Maybe you can put it more clearly. In fact, the reason is simple. This is a dead end, and in the end, it's a war. But this war is the heavenly Tao's killing trap, and it's hard to avoid. Even a virtuous person like that woman can't avoid it. With the tribulation in front, the war is unavoidable, and the killing trap can't be eliminated. The only thing that can be changed is the outcome. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, the heavenly Tao's killing trap doesn't care about the outcome. No matter who wins or loses, the heavenly Tao will take the fate of the defeated party, so it doesn't matter who the prodigal is. If you want to help them overcome the tribulation, you just need to throw the two of them under the command of someone who is sure to win the battle and has great luck. This tribulation will be avoided, or perhaps, it will be resolved. But how can that be done easily? Zhuo Changlu was deep in thought. Dad, don't think about that nonsense. That woman's fate is not something that ordinary people like us can touch. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but find it a little funny. Dad looked like he had a lot of power in his hands now, and he actually wanted to control that kind of killing trap. That was not something to be joked about. Zhuo Changlu was not convinced. Why is it useless? You've already pointed out the key point. Isn't it a blessing to resolve the tribulation? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and said lazily, Dad, it's easy for me to tell you, but it's not that easy to really defy the heavens and change one's fate. Usually, a battle can happen anywhere. But when it comes to war, it can only happen on the battlefield. Do you understand the difference? War and battle are two different things. Yes, of course. And the heavenly Tao's killing trap is a war. It's definitely not a battle, and it's the most extreme war. Zhuo Xiaoduo picked out the words first. That's right. Zhuo Changlu admitted. And since it's a war, since it's a battlefield, then. In the world now, the only place that can be called a battlefield is the Four Directions lands, the territories that are commanded by the Four Directions marshals. If one of the wars is destined to be lost, the prerequisite for winning is to change the marshal over there. Dad, what do you think? What level of ability do you have to change the marshal? At least, do you have it? Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed very mockingly. Seeing his dad being defeated in front of him, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a subtle sense of pleasure, as if he had replaced his dad and become the head of the family. Dad, I know you're a master, but can you change the marshal? It's not that I look down on you. Zhuo Changlu was deep in thought and didn't respond for a long time. This is just the Four Directions battlefield. What if there are commanders with higher positions, such as the left and right heavenly kings? Who are commanding this war that is destined to be lost? Then, Dad, can you change the left heavenly king or the right heavenly king? I don't know if there are commanders with higher positions than the left and right heavenly kings. If there are, will you change them too? Zhuo Xiaoduo concluded and said, Dad, don't worry about it. Some good karma can be formed, but some are really beyond our ability. At least, this fate can't be changed. Zhuo Changlu sighed deeply. What a pity, what a pity. Don't feel pity for others. It's useless. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't think much of it. This woman suddenly came to his house and asked for directions. Naturally, there were too many things that didn't make sense. But how could Zhuo Xiaoduo suspect that his dad was scheming against him? It was impossible. Zhuo Changlu was silent for a while and said, Xiaoduo, what do you think of this woman's luck and fate compared to Li Chenglong's? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face revealed a look of disdain as he said, Dad, you're underestimating Swollen Beauty. This woman is indeed very powerful, but compared to Swollen Beauty, she's still quite a distance away. They're on two completely different levels. Even if you can't say that the difference is like heaven and earth, it's more like it. Cough, cough, cough. This time, Zhuo Changlu really couldn't help it. Chapter 732. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know who she was, but Zhuo Changlu did. She was the wife of the king of Zhuolu. She was one of the most powerful people in the world. Such a noble status, such luck, such a fate, compared to Li Chenglong, was actually inferior. In fact, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was more like it. Well, if what little doggy said was true, then this Li Chenglong was even more terrifying than him. Zhuo Changlu remembered every word of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. Then he said, Have you made an appointment? We can go there in the afternoon or at night. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Dad, you're wrong, right? A marriage proposal can only be done in the morning or in the morning, right? Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, When I go there, nothing is forbidden. So that night, Zhuo Xiaoduo contacted Wen Xingtian contacted Yi Changqing, and Yi Changqing contacted Lu Yichuan. Then Xiang Quanren was sent home to wait. Then Lu Yichuan accompanied Zhuo Changlu and his wife, along with Li Chenglong and gifts, to the Xiang family to propose marriage. There were rules for a marriage proposal. The people who went to propose marriage couldn't be widowed or single. Yi Changqing and Qin Gaiying's descendants were miserable, so they couldn't go. As for Wen Xingtian, he was a senior single, so he was even less qualified. Looking at his posture of being single until the end of time, who would dare to let him go? Therefore, the person who met the requirements to go with them was Vice Principal Lu Yichuan, who had just recovered from his serious injuries. Vice Principal Gao was also qualified. He was even more qualified in the aspect of having a happy family and a lot of wives and concubines. But Vice Principal Gao had been transferred away. After going, the Xiang family was already prepared and had already agreed to it. Naturally, there was no need to pay attention to it. No matter who was the matchmaker, it was just a matter of saying a few words and going through the motions. However, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding took out a gift that would be the family heirloom from now on. It was a calligraphy signed by the Sky Inspector Minister and his wife, Ice Dragon Marriage, a match made in heaven. This was a big deal. The ancestor of the Xiang family came out and shocked half the world. On the way here, this gift fell from the sky. What is this? Fate, said Zhuo Changlu was joking. Everyone had a look of, I believe you. No one knew what they were thinking. However, it was a fact that this matter had alarmed the minister. No matter who sent it, and no matter what the reason was, the minister's handwritten letter was here. These 8 words could be used as a protective talisman amulet. As long as the banner of the Sky Sentinel throne did not fall, this protective talisman would last forever. As for why it appeared, why it was sent by someone else, none of it was important. Besides, do you think you can find the minister? To be able to obtain this piece of calligraphy in itself was a peerless opportunity. Xiang Quanren was laughing so hard that his tongue was almost tied. The minister said it, a match made in heaven. Betrothal gifts? No betrothal gifts. What betrothal gifts? We will give dowry. A huge dowry. Marry into the family. How is that possible? No matter what, we can't wrong Qinglong. Marrying off a daughter is marrying off a daughter, why do we need to marry into the family? This is great news. Ha ha ha. The minister's calligraphy is really good. Tonight, we must drink until we are drunk. Come, let's drink. This matter is settled. Yes, we will definitely not change our mind. From today onwards, Bing Dan, is the daughter-in-law of the Li family. Even the minister thinks highly of her. Our Xiang family can't be so shameless. The news spread like the wind. Instantly, the Xiang family became the #1 wealthy family in Fenghai. Countless families brought congratulatory gifts. Their ancestors and the current family head personally came to congratulate them. The Xiang family, which originally only prepared 2 tables of banquet, had a total of 400 tables by night. Moreover, they sent out a message saying, it's too late, it's too late. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Then, they controlled the banquet to 400 tables. Otherwise, the Xiang family's gate would probably be broken tonight. The Xiang family was drinking. After his parents left, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still practicing in the Void Extermination Pagoda, ran out of the house and headed southwest. Astral Soul's jade powder. So much. Ha ha ha. I'm coming. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran out of the city as fast as lightning. Soon, he found the place that Bai Yunduo had mentioned, where there was a lot of Astral Soul's jade powder. With one look, he couldn't help but be disappointed. How much is this? It's only equivalent to 3 to 5 times of Old Sun's storage. Looking at the small hill of Astral Soul's jade powder in front of him, Zhuo Xiaoduo was slightly dissatisfied. However, it's better than nothing. It's a waste not to take it. Just as he took out the Void Extermination Pagoda, he didn't rush to take it. First, he went inside and moved Sui Xiaonian, who was practicing, to another side where there was no obstruction. Sui Xiaonian opened her eyes and looked at him. Then, she closed her eyes and let him carry her to another place. Sui Xiaoduo almost didn't want to put her down. The feeling of holding her was too good. It was like holding a cloud. The soft touch made Sui Xiaoduo's soul float. However, Sui Xiaonian was still practicing. This level of external contact was already the limit. If he did anything else, he would either disturb Sui Xiaonian's practice or trigger a backlash from Sui Xiaonian. Sui Xiaoduo used his super strong willpower to suppress some of his thoughts. He circulated his energy again and absorbed all the heat in the space that was gradually getting hot. It had to be said that Sui Xiaoduo's absorption of the heat in the space was getting faster and faster. The higher his cultivation, the faster the absorption. Then, he jumped out. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. As he kept taking it, Sui Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong. How could he not take it all? There wasn't much. No, why was there so much? He took a closer look and found that there was actually a huge hole below. He didn't know how deep it was, and it was filled with Astral Soul's jade powder. Damn, I'm rich. There's so much of it. Sui Xiaoduo was excited to see the hunt, and unconsciously started to crazily fill the Void Extermination Tower. Even with Sui Xiaoduo's control, it still took him a full hour to dig to the bottom. Damn, there's so much of it. How did he collect it? It's too amazing. Sui Xiaoduo exclaimed. The total amount of Astral Soul's jade powder collected this time was at least 100 times more than what he had collected before. The Tower of Void Destruction should be full this time, right? Although the Astral Soul's jade powder wasn't worth much, such a large amount was collected in one day. Without a powerful force, it was impossible to collect so much. In the space of the Tower of Void Destruction, Xiao Long, who was lazing around and sleeping, flew out in shock. Looking at the mountains of Star Soul jade powder flying in, the already vast space of the exterminating space pagoda was actually covered with a thick layer of powder. Boss, where did you get this? Why is there so much this time? Xiao Long was so excited that he started to move and consolidate the mountain range. With this, I can continue to move the mountain range inside. However, although this is a lot, it's still not enough. I have to continue moving it in the future. Xiao Long sat on the top of the mountain, looking at the space of the Tower of Void Destruction, devouring and digesting the Astral Soul's jade powder. He was deep in thought. Should I bring Boss to the Astral Soul's jade mine to have a look? According to Zhua, if we continue to consume like this, we can only wait a little. The Astral Soul's jade powder won't be enough to consume, right? Last time, Zhua said that there aren't many top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder left in the market. Xiao Long was pleasantly surprised by the huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder that he had collected, but he was also worried. Xiao Long didn't know that there weren't many top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder left in the market, but the real reason was because of Zhua's excessive collection. This guy had released so many star beasts that he had almost emptied all the first-grade firmament jade powder. Naturally, the first-grade firmament jade powder couldn't be emptied, so he bought them from the market to fill up his own storage. At the same time, Sui Xiaoduo's 9 little tigers had also emptied most of the top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder from these families through the help of a few talented girls. Then there was such a huge amount of king beast spirit meat. What's more, Sui Xiaoduo had a capable assistant, Fang Yinhua, who had no bottom line. With this guy's current cultivation base at the Royal God Realm, the warehouses of the major clans were practically defenseless against him. Don't forget, this guy was a super lazy guy who didn't care about honor. Buy. That's so low. I won't buy. I'll steal. Recently, Fang Yinua's theft had caused the entire Fenghai city to go after him, and the whole city was in an uproar. If Sua Xiaoduo hadn't given him so many resources and appointed him to work with the Gao family, he wouldn't have stopped stealing. Now, Mr. Feng didn't care about the small income he had earned before. He was the chief supervisor of material management. He had even been promoted. How could this be justified? All in all, the recent shortage and increase in price of the jade of astral souls in Fenghai City were all caused by Sua Xiaoduo. This guy was so extravagant that he built a house with top-grade astral souls jade powder in the space-destroying tower. All the furniture, such as the bed, table, and chairs, were made of top-grade astral souls jade powder. It was convenient for him to cultivate anytime and anywhere. It was obvious that this guy's extravagance was infuriating and insane. Sua Xiaoduo, who had finally emptied the place, was shocked when he estimated the amount of items. This jade of astral souls jade powder must be at least tens of thousands of cubic meters, right? After looting the store, Sua Xiaoduo felt guilty, which was rare for him. He had taken so much of Fang Yinua's stock. And Fang Yinua was obviously building a hole here. Although he didn't know what the hole was for, he knew that Fang Yinua was doing something. Fang Yinua looked around sneakily and hung the void transformation stone on his body. Then, he sneaked back like a thief, even faster than when he came. His heart was still pounding when he got home. That was close. I'm rich. Sua Xiaoduo patted his chest, still in shock. Chapter 733. Although he did not meet anyone along the way, Sua Xiaoduo felt that someone was watching him. Anyway, you guys threw it away. I'm just helping you guys clean up your trash. The whole continent treats the astral souls jade powder as trash. Even if you guys come back, I'm not afraid. It's just the market price of the astral souls jade powder. Sua Xiaoduo comforted himself. Besides, it's already exposed. There's nowhere to put more. I've helped them clean up this hole, so they can put more in the future. I'm doing a good deed. At most, I'm helping others and myself. They must be experts. And a large group of them. They must be powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get so much astral souls jade powder. Maybe there'll be more in the future. Anyway, they're all thrown away. Sua Xiaoduo thought for a while and finally decided that there should be no danger. I'll go take a look in a few days. Maybe there'll be more. Outside the city, Bai Yunduo stood in the air, invisible. She watched Sua Xiaoduo sneak in and out. His sneaky demeanor, careful movements, and cautious expression. She almost burst out laughing. This little junior brother was really amusing. It was prepared for him in the first place. She waved her hand and removed the space barrier. She said to the experts behind her, let's continue in the future. But there's no need to be in such a hurry in the future. As long as there's more, send it here. You guys only need to send it. Someone else will take over the collection. Yes. Bai Yunduo's dress fluttered as she flew into the sky. On the other side, the star soul jade powder in the countless space rings began to pour into the hole that was already a little too big, and it continued to pour, when it was close to dawn that night. Sua Changlu and his wife returned with Li Chenglong, who was drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian had been cultivating in the dimension-destroying pagoda for 10 days. Under Sua Xiaoduo's persuasion, Sua Xiaonian had no choice but to agree to practice in the same room with him. Sua Xiaoduo built a small nest with top-grade astral souls jade in the dimension-destroying tower. Sua Xiaoduo even took out 10 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls for the sake of cultivation. Sua Xiaonian concentrated on her cultivation. While dispersing the energy in her body, she held the mysterious ice in one hand and the astral souls jade in the other. On the other hand, Sua Xiaoduo had the dragon blood flying dagger in one hand and the astral souls jade in the other. Under their buttocks, there was a big bed made of supreme-grade jade of astral souls jade. Around them, there were layers of sealed rooms made of supreme-grade jade of astral souls jade. If Zhuo Changlu came in to take a look at this cultivation method, he would probably scold it for being extravagant. Why don't the two of you just jump to the center of the universe to cultivate? After throwing Li Chenglong into the room, the couple looked at each other and smiled. Wu Yuting said, "This child is really lucky." Zhuo Changlu nodded and said, "According to Xiao Duo's physiognomy, this child's future achievements and opportunities will surpass that of Xiao Hu and Yun Duo." Wu Yuting was stunned. So powerful? That can't be, right? Before she finished her sentence, she couldn't help but turn around to take a look. The left and right heavenly kings were definitely among the top in terms of position and cultivation on this continent. How could Li Chenglong have such great achievements? Even with Wu Yuting's temperament and experience, she was still filled with shock. Her trip today was more of a mother's feelings of obedience to her son. She felt that it was nothing for her and her husband to matchmake her son's classmate, so she didn't think too much about it. That's even better. Wu Yuting smiled and said, "I believe that with today's karma, these little guys will further support each other. We can leave with more peace of mind." Zhuo Changlu nodded and suddenly lowered his voice. "Actually, I've always had a doubt. I have an idea, but I don't dare to believe it. I can't believe it." Wu Yuting was stunned. "What?" Zhuo Changlu brought Wu Yuting back to the room and waved his hand to shield the space. Wu Yuting was shocked. "You? Why did you use your cultivation?" "You?" Zhuo Changlu said, "This is just a little power I held back when the shackles were suddenly broken by the bell. It's not my own strength. Don't worry." Wu Yuting was a little relieved. "What's the matter? Why do you need to be so serious? Do you remember Xiao Duo's strange dream?" Zhuo Changlu's voice was unprecedentedly heavy. "Yes, what's wrong?" Wu Yuting said. "Then do you remember, after Xiao Duo was born, when the two of us found that Xiao Duo's astral souls were unusually weak? Do you remember the surprise?" Zhuo Changlu said. Wu Yuting was deep in thought. "We were born into the mortal world and shouldn't have children. However, we did. You and I couldn't understand this point. We were puzzled for a long time. Do you still remember?" Zhuo Changlu said solemnly. "How could I forget? We were shocked for a long time and tried to find the answer. However, we couldn't find it. Later on, because Xiao Duo didn't have a chance to enter the End Realm, we gave up on it. We thought that he would spend his life like a normal person." Wu Yuting said. "And this is the first doubt that has been in my heart for a long time. The second point is, even if you and I were born into the mortal world, you are still you and I am still me. Our child, no matter if he should come or not, no matter how suddenly he came, how could he not have martial talent? This shouldn't be the case." Zhuo Changlu's voice was heavy. Wu Yuting frowned. "That's right. This is the second thing that I can't understand. If it was anyone else, they would be shocked." The son of the Sky Patrol Minister couple actually didn't have martial talent at all. This was an inconceivable thing. Two peak experts giving birth to a normal person. Then, Xiao Duo started to have weird dreams. We heard him talk about it several times. He said that in his dream, the stars exploded and the continent shattered. Do you still remember? Zhuo Changlu's voice was heavy. Wu Yuting faintly guessed why Zhuo Zhanglu had brought up the old matter again. Her mind was filled with shock, and she was at a loss of what to do. Her face was deathly pale. You mean? These things were a long time ago. However, how could Zhuo Changlu and his wife's memories be the same as normal people's? There wouldn't be any problems even if they remembered every detail. They even remembered that Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was conflicted and filled with fear. His little face was nervous. "Dad, Mom. I had a dream. But at that time, even the couple didn't think too much about it. It was just a dream of a newborn child. What was it worth? But now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. The couple looked at each other in a daze and found that the other party looked as if they had been struck by lightning. The reason we transformed into the mundane world is to contain the flood, but more importantly, we are looking for the treasure. Think about it. In the ancient legend, the phoenix cry mountain. And little Nian, the phoenix meridian soul. Zhuo Zhanglu took a deep breath. Does this count as another form of phoenix cry Qishan? Wu Yuding was obviously confused. But the phoenix cry mountain is not in Phoenix City. Why is your brain like this? Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes and said, why is it in the phoenix cry mountain? Is it because of King Qi? Wu Yuding was stunned. Back then, the Phoenix Cry Mountain unified the world. Although it is an ancient legend, but the truth is that first, the Phoenix Cry shocked the world, and then the true dragon dominated the world. Is it? According to what you said, it does make sense. But no buts. Zhuo Changlu quickly said, now, we just need to follow my inference and keep deducing. See if it makes sense and if it makes sense. Okay. Do you still remember? When Xiao Duo was 16 years old, he woke up one night from a dream and suddenly there was a broken jade pendant in front of his chest. Do you still remember? Of course I remember. But I always thought that this kid wanted to make us believe in his dream, so he deliberately made that thing. Wu Yuding was confused. We've all checked that thing. It's a very ordinary thing. At first, I thought so too, but now. Zhuo Changlu sighed. When he can cultivate in the future, he won't have that thing anymore. Wu Yuding said, I asked him once, where is the ancient jade you used to pretend to be a ghost? In the end, he said it melted. Wu Yuding smiled, but her smile suddenly froze. It melted. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. It should have really melted. Now that the demon race is about to return, I suddenly remembered Xiao Duo's strange dream. Because we still have to find the legendary plate of creation. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly and said, this idea has been swirling in my mind, but it never took shape. But tonight, when I came back, I inadvertently glanced at the crescent moon in the sky. It suddenly reminded me of something. Although he had added a space barrier, Zhuo Changlu suddenly lowered his voice. Do you think? The thing on Xiao Duo's neck. Could it be? What is it? Wu Yuding stopped breathing. Could it be? Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath. The plate of creation. Bang! Wu Yuding stood up in shock, but accidentally kicked the chair over. Then, Xiao Duo inexplicably learned the art of physiognomy, and even had the attainment of the art of physiognomy. Many things before this have confirmed the existence of physiognomy, and the authenticity of this supernatural power. Zhuo Changlu said with a serious expression, don't tell me you don't know, in the ancient legends, that old man. What kind of methods did he use to start his business? Wu Yuding sucked in a breath of cold air, and her eyes widened. She moaned, physiognomy. Fortune-telling. Feng shui. Thinking of this, Wu Yuding's body stiffened. She took a few steps back and sat on the bed unconsciously. I really admire myself. After 3 million words, a corner of the pit buried in the first chapter has only begun to be uncovered. It's simply awesome, class. Such an author is simply too awesome. Admirable. Chapter 734. Both of them were silent for a moment. Wu Yuding felt as if the starry sky and the universe were crumbling in front of her. Her thoughts turned into boundless fragments, and she did not come back to her senses for a long time. Zhuo Changlu's expression was solemn. After thinking for a while, he said word by word, looking back at our son, he may not have no aptitude. It's just that for some reason, his talent was hidden. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become a genius at the age of 17? He entered the path of cultivation, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Once he started, he could not be stopped. Then, the reason why his talent was hidden is already obvious. Wu Yuting's soul had obviously been shaken by this series of news. She sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. She no longer had the ability to think. She could only ask passively, amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, soar to the sky with a single leap. You mean. Do you still remember, in the ancient legends, how old was the old man when he left the mountain? Zhuo Changlu asked. 70. Wu Yuting murmured. Suddenly, her eyes turned, the legends say. 70. And Xiao Duo was 17. Could there be a story behind this? Zhuo Changlu's expression was also very interesting. It's hard to say if there's a connection. That old man left the mountain at 70. From then on, he soared to the sky. As for little Duo, he indeed started to soar into the sky at the age of 17. His momentum was so great that it was like. Zhuo Changlu thought for a while, and still used a modern analogy. Like a rocket suddenly shot up. Wu Yuting was stunned for a long time. She murmured, You mean, in fact, all of this is because our son inherited King Qi's legacy. Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, King Qi's legacy. Maybe that physiognomy was passed down from King Qi. But, King Qi's legacy may not have been passed down from King Qi, right? At the very least, the legendary King Qi did not have Xiao Duo's martial aptitude. Wu Yuting stared blankly for a moment before she understood. That's right. The key point is that this kid is still muddle-headed and doesn't know anything. As for me, I've been thinking about some things over the past few days because of the demon clan's sudden appearance. That's why I thought of all this. But to be able to connect all these things together, other than me, even you might not be able to do it. Zhuo Changlu said, but, at least in my opinion, this feeling is very reliable. Wu Yuting took a deep breath. Her eyes sparkled as she said, if that's the case, won't my son be so awesome in the future? Zhuo Changlu covered Wu Yuting's mouth. You and I know about this. That's enough. Wu Yuting mumbled and broke free from Zhuo Changlu's grip. She rolled her eyes and said, Do you think I don't know what's important? Do you think I can't keep it a secret? I care more about my son than you do. Zhuo Changlu chuckled. Wu Yuting suddenly felt dissatisfied. She murmured, if that's the case, won't the old flood benefit for nothing in the future? Zhuo Changlu burst into laughter. He understood what his wife meant. If their conjecture was true, then how much luck would such a person have on him? Perhaps he was the only person in the world who could do that. However, the bearer of such luck had a real godfather. One could imagine how much benefit the Great Flood Sorcerer would gain when the luck returned to the Great Flood Sorcerer. That's not a big deal. Don't forget that we are his real parents. And Nian, Flood is not destined to be in the top 3. Zhuo Changlu laughed. Wu Yuting also smiled. But she still felt excited and couldn't calm down for a while. By the way, there's one more thing. It's about the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo Changlu suddenly showed up a Tower of Annihilation in his hand. It looked exactly the same as the ones Wu Xiaoduo had. Why did you bring this thing here? No. Wu Yuting was confused. This fragrance. Is it from the cloud? Yes. Zhuo Changlu said, according to Xiaoduo's method of putting the astral soul's jade powder in it, I put some in. Then he pulled Wu Yuting into the Tower of Annihilation. Look. Wu Yuting's eyes were suddenly fixed on it. On the bare floor of the Tower of Annihilation, a pile of astral soul's jade powder was quietly piled up there. It didn't work. Wu Yuting was shocked. Yes. Zhuo Changlu sighed. It seems that this thing can only work and be meaningful in Xiao Duo's hands. Because there's something else in his tower, or rather, something that can take effect and make it work. Wu Yuding nodded and didn't ask what that something else was. She knew Zhuo Changlu well. Since he had already said so much, if he still didn't say anything, it meant that he didn't want to say anything. Even if she was Xiao Duo's biological mother. He wouldn't say anything. This was enough to show just how secretive that thing was. And once it was leaked, how dangerous would it be? Will the Tower of Annihilation be snatched away by someone? Wu Yuding was a little worried. No, it won't. Zhuo Changlu said lightly, that thing should only recognize Xiao Duo. Even if it's snatched away, no one can use it, so it benefits. Wu Yuding's eyes widened. When Zhuo Changlu said this, Wu Yuding instantly knew what it was, but she didn't say it out loud. This is really a great fortune. Wu Yuding was proud. My son is amazing. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Yes, your son is really amazing. Also, now that we're cultivating in his Tower of Annihilation, the flow of time inside is 30 times faster than outside. And, according to Xiao Duo, this time period can be even longer. Zhuo Changlu said deeply, I can see what Xiao Duo is hesitating about now. He can let you, me, and Xiao Duo use such a treasure. This is no problem at all for Xiao Duo. But Xiao Duo is still hesitating. Zhuo Changlu turned his head and smiled bitterly. Young people also want to improve with their friends, right? Wu Yuding of course understood. But faced with this problem, even the husband and wife found it difficult to choose. Logically speaking, this kind of treasure is more dangerous the more people know. It's best if you, me, and even Xiao Nian don't know about it. Zhuo Changlu said, but Xiao Duo. This child. On the surface, he's stingy, but... Wu Yuding was also troubled. We can't persuade him to be selfish, but the more people know, the more dangerous it is. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, we can only limit it. For example, before he ascends. After all, during this period of time, his strength is indescribable. He can be easily killed. That's good. When that time comes, it'll depend on his own fate. Wu Yuding nodded in agreement. In fact, in her heart, it was best if only Zhuo Xiaoduo used it. That was the safest way. Yes, as a mother, she was so selfish. Moreover, the hidden danger was so great. Then it's settled. Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh of relief. I feel that my guess is not far from the truth. Zhuo Changlu said word by word, after this parent-teacher conference, we'll return to Phoenix City and try again. If we still can't find it, then we'll go back immediately. We can't delay any longer. Wu Yuding nodded. Okay, we've already reached the Great Perfection realm. I feel that there's no point in staying any longer. After the two finished their discussion, they both felt a surge of anger in their hearts, surging up and down. For a moment, they couldn't contain it. If Xiao Duo really has this kind of fate, this kind of luck, and our guess is right, then, we're equal to Xiao Duo's guardians. Zhuo Changlu looked at his wife warmly, his eyes gentle but firm. Wu Yuding smiled faintly and said calmly, what can't I do for my son? Zhuo Zhanglu burst into laughter. At this moment, the husband and wife had the same thought. Such great luck must involve great karma, great danger, and great disaster. In the process of their rise, they would inevitably be accompanied by countless storms of blood, countless fierce battles, and countless deaths. Countless people's corpses could pave the way to heaven. It was impossible to not have sacrifices on such a road. The Umno Alliance, the Tao League, the Demon League that was about to return, and the other continents that had no news. These were destined to be strong enemies on the road in the future. When a general succeeded, there would be mountains of bones, let alone this kind of heavenly transportation. Such a son of destiny would definitely have countless protectors. As for the husband and wife, because of their relationship, they would bear the brunt of it. The son of providence, the heavenly calamity star, this saying was never nonsense. There were too many dangers to face. What can't I sacrifice for my son? This sentence had already explained everything clearly and clearly. Even if I'm not a guardian, he's still my son. What kind of guardian could be more reliable than us, parents? Zhuo Changlu stood up and waved his hand. He removed the space barrier and opened the window completely. The husband and wife stood at the window at the same time. Gusts of night wind blew in, causing their hair and clothes to flutter. Dad! Mom! Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian's voices came from outside. The two of them had come out of seclusion. The husband and wife looked at each other, and there was a smile in their eyes. Don't let him notice the abnormality in the room. Wu Yuding reminded them with her eyes. Got it. Zhuo Changlu opened the door and frowned. He pretended to be unhappy and said, What are you shouting for? Do you know what time it is? Zhuo Xiaonian was surprised and doubtful. There was no aura in your room just now. What happened? Zhuo Xiaoduo was also suspicious. Yeah, there was no one just now. I almost couldn't write it. Please vote. What nonsense are you talking about? Are your mom and I not human? Zhuo Changlu's face darkened and he retorted, I think the two of you just got engaged and are getting carried away, right? Your mom and I were clearly in the room. How can you say there was no one? Zhuo Xiaonian. Zhuo Xiaoduo. The two of you, huh? Don't you see your parents as human anymore? Zhuo Xiaonian was shocked by Zhuo Changlu's fierce tone. She instinctively cowered and hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't see clearly. Chapter 735. Zhuo Changlu snorted and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He finally managed to scold one of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively felt that his father was trying to put up a strong front. It was obvious that he wanted to scold both of them before changing the topic. However, Zhuo Xiaonian was already scared. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had always followed his wife's lead, could only follow suit. I was wrong, Dad. Are the two of you done cultivating? Zhuo Changlu snorted and put his hands behind his back. What's your current level? Did you make any progress? Dad, I'm now at the mid-stage of the cloud transformation realm. I'm about to advance. Zhuo Xiaonian lowered her eyebrows and smiled. Dad, I'm at the inner core realm. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo could finish his words, a feeling of boredom welled up within him. He felt as if he had fucked a dog. Nian Mao had just said that she was at the mid-stage of the cloud transformation realm and was about to advance. If he excitedly said that she was at the peak of the inner core realm, wouldn't he be exposing his own shortcomings? He couldn't help but feel depressed. He lowered his head and said, Peak of the inner core realm. Cough, cough. I've suppressed it 7 times. Useless. Zhuo Changlu scolded him. It's been so long. You still can't catch up with your wife? Can't you be a little more useless? You can't even beat your wife. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless from the bottom of his heart. Dad, does your conscience hurt when you say that? Your daughter has been cultivating since she was 3 years old. She had a great master to guide her, and then she had many opportunities. Your son has been chasing after her since he was 17 years old. He has only been cultivating for about a year, and he has already reached such a level. Isn't that already very impressive? Especially your daughter. Or your daughter-in-law. Don't you know what kind of monstrous genius she is? Since you finished cultivating, why are you still bothering us? Zhuo Changlu snorted. Hurry up and go back to sleep. After saying that, he chased them away. Hurry up and leave. He slammed the door shut, not giving the two of them a chance to say anything. That angry look on his face made the two of them tremble like cicadas in winter. Zhuo Xiaonian felt uneasy. Dad seems to be really angry. We were really rude just now. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, Dad is obviously hiding something from us. That's why he's trying to gain the upper hand by showing his strength so that we don't have any room to ask. Nian Mao is really stupid. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not reveal the truth. Instead, he put his right hand on Zhuo Xiaonian's slender waist and comforted her, "It's okay. Dad will be angry for a while. Let's go to my room and talk. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you." Zhuo Xiaonian was still flustered and instinctively leaned into his arms. But why is Dad so angry? Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged Zhuo Xiaonian and walked slowly to his room. He frowned and sighed. Dad's temper is like this. He goes crazy for no reason. He yells every day. Why is he yelling? Dad's thoughts are too serious. After all, we are his son and daughter-in-law. How can he yell at us? It's really hard for Mom to tolerate him for so many years. Don't worry, I'll ask Mom to scold him tomorrow. Zhuo Xiaonian nodded and said worriedly, then you tell Mom tomorrow. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm here for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was calm and confident as the head of the family. He quietly opened the door and walked in with Zhuo Xiaonian. He closed the door gently with his foot. He could not alarm them. Zhuo Xiaonian pursed her lips. When did I say that Mom and Dad are inhumane? I think I didn't say that. She was thinking, still in shock, and felt wronged. I really didn't say that. What went wrong? Hey, it's not a big deal. Zhuo Xiaoduo moved closer to her and said, it's not a big deal. Look at how scared you are. Come, let me wipe your tears for you. Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to say, I'm not crying. Why do I need you to wipe my tears? A warm hand touched her face and wiped the corner of her eyes. Then, it stopped on her face. Two fingers rubbed Zhuo Xiaonian's soft earlobe. Zhuo Xiaonian was startled and raised her head. Just as she raised her bright and beautiful eyes, she felt her vision go dark. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face suddenly enlarged, and then it turned black. Two lips were already on his own lips. Oh. Goo. Duh. Zhuo Xiaonian was at a loss and couldn't help but close his eyes. Then he remembered that he needed to struggle a bit to make his stand clear, so he hurriedly tried to push him away, but he was already held tightly by Zhuo Xiaonua. She couldn't push him away. Her cherry lips were blocked and a strange feeling came to her heart. She was stunned and didn't know what was going on. After a long time. Ouch! Hiss! Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed and jumped back. He stuck out his tongue and was bitten by Zhuo Xiaonian. This guy was so pleased with himself that he felt that Zhuo Xiaonian didn't resist. Then, his hands slid under Zhuo Xiaonian's clothes like snakes. Zhuo Xiaonian felt that her chest was attacked. She suddenly remembered what Wu Yuding said and became anxious. Her teeth fell out. Hiss. Zhuo Xiaoduo kept sticking out his tongue. Zhuo Xiaonian was on the opposite side, leaning on the bed, panting heavily. His face was flushed red, and he seemed to have lost all his strength. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck out his tongue for a long time. He shouted exaggeratedly in pain and observed her sneakily. After a long time. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't come up to comfort him. He felt bored and had to use his qi to recover. He walked slowly to Zhuo Xiaonian and said, Why did you bite me? Zhuo Xiaonian blushed. Who told you to be dishonest? This is still a light punishment. Believe it or not, I will freeze you. When was I not honest? Zhuo Xiaonian said angrily, then you touched my front. Did I? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at his hand in surprise. I didn't feel anything. You. Zhuo Xiaonian turned away angrily and said, if you do this again, I will tell Mom to cancel the engagement. I won't do it again. Swear. I swear I won't do it again. Zhuo Xiaonian's heart was beating fast. She snorted and said after a long time, does your tongue still hurt? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt wronged. He hissed and leaned over. Look at this bite mark. Hiss. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at it seriously. No. Where? Suddenly, she made a sound. Her soul was floating. Another long time passed. Zhuo Xiaonian lay on the bed. She was drunk and dizzy as if she was dreaming. She breathed heavily and scolded weakly, bad guy. Zhuo Xiaoduo lay beside her and laughed. I didn't expect a kiss to be so good. TSK. He smacked his lips and seemed to be savoring the taste. Zhuo Xiaonian snorted and rolled her eyes. She tried to move away, but he pressed himself against her again. However, although she was embarrassed to say what Zhuo Xiaoduo said, she agreed with him in her heart. She didn't expect that just a mouth-to-mouth kiss would make her weak all over. And her soul was floating in the clouds. Zhuo Xiaonian felt that if she stood up now, she might not be able to stand steadily. Zhuo Xiaoduo smacked his lips and said with a smirk, no wonder all the single men are crying and begging to find a wife. Li Chenglong, that guy, only one day, is already addicted to the taste. It turns out that this taste is so addictive. It's really wonderful. It's a pity that I can't touch it. Zhuo Xiaonian tried her best to snort. She wanted to snort out the taste that was usually as cold as ice. However, she didn't expect that the sound she made was just like a kitten's purr. She felt Zhuo Xiaoduo get up again. Zhuo Xiaonian hurriedly blocked him and said sternly, bastard, this is the best we can do. If you want a yard after taking an inch, I will tell Mom. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, I promise with my integrity. He thought to himself, I don't dare to take another step. At most, I'll just touch it. Skysor realm. What did Zhuo Xiaonian say just now? This is the best they can do. This is the best they can do. Does that mean kissing has become a daily activity? Oh. Kiss me. No. Just one kiss. No. Just one kiss. No. 2 hours had passed since they made love, and they felt that there was not enough time. Hence, the two returned to the Tower of Annihilation. Let's eat first. Let's eat the 9 heavens spring water first. Zhuo Xiaonian panted and pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo to the side. But I still have to wait a few days. Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed his grievance. Why do you still have to wait? Zhuo Xiaonian was a little puzzled. Of course I have to wait. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I've only suppressed it 7 times. I'm planning to break through to the nascent soul realm when I can't suppress it anymore. Then what are you waiting for? Zhuo Xiaonian urged, hurry up and cultivate. After I drink the spring water, I have to start cultivating too. Dad said that the spring water will burn the impurities in the spiritual source. I have to seize the opportunity to improve. I don't want to drop a level. That's not good. Actually, you can wait until Huayun breaks through to the God reigning realm. When you can't suppress it anymore, the effect might be better. Zhuo Xiaoduo suggested. But the time period is too long. Zhuo Xiaonian was a little hesitant. I only took a month's leave. I can't stay here for too long. A month's leave. You see, the flow of time in our space is 1/30th of the outside world. It's estimated that in a few days, it will be equivalent to 40 days in the outside world. In the future, you can practice more here. Well, the two of us should practice more here. You took a month's leave, and now it's only been 3 days. 27 days. 27 days. In real time, it's a full 27 months. There's still plenty of time in 2 years. Can't you reach the God-reigning realm with more than 2 years of free time? Zhuo Xiaoduo's tongue was like a reed, moving with emotion and reasoning. Chapter 736. Zhuo Xiaonian thought about it and realized that Zhuo Xiaoduo's words made a lot of sense. With her current cultivation progress and Zhuo Xiaoduo's Tower of Destruction, she would be able to break through the level of God reigning soon. If that happened. Plus, she could spend more time with the puppy this way. It does make sense. Zhuo Xiaonian agreed. She was only thinking about the problem of cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation. She did not realize that cultivating in the tower for more than 20 days was equivalent to being alone with Zhuo Xiaoduo for more than 2 years, almost 3 years. This was a huge problem. This was a serious problem. Or maybe she thought about it, but she did not care at all. Shouldn't she do something with her husband? But on the surface, she still had to guard against it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Then it's a deal. Okay. It's a deal. Zhuo Xiaonian nodded. Since it makes sense, it's a deal. Shouldn't you reward me? What kind of reward? Kiss kiss. Zhuo Xiaoduo pouted. That won't do. Zhuo Xiaonian looked around sneakily. We are in the Tower of Destruction, what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm just. Since you're not afraid. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaonian struggled. Your hand. Don't. Move. I didn't touch your chest. You. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaonian screamed and pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo away. She ran into the cultivation room with a red face. After she went in, her heart was still pounding. Damn it, now. Bad, perverted. And now, he is not afraid of me. What should I do? Zhuo Xiaonian fell into a long dreamlike contemplation. Outside the cultivation room. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he chuckled a few times. That was great. Roar. Apart from the joy in his heart, there was also endless regret. It was a pity that he could not destroy Nian Nian Cat's perfect physique. If his mother had not said those words. According to the mysterious time of the Tower of Annihilation. When mom and dad leave, they'll probably let them carry their grandsons away. The next day, Zhuo Xiaoduo woke up early in the morning. She had no choice. She still had to go to school. She couldn't possibly stop going to school just because her parents were here. Zhuo Xiaonian stayed in the Tower of Annihilation and continued to practice, striving to reach the peak of Huayun realm as soon as possible. Mom, I'm going to school. Nian Nian is practicing in the Tower of Annihilation. I think she'll be out soon, Zhuo Xiaoduo said and left with Li Chenglong. In the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo Xiaonian's face was flushed red. This brat, when he was about to go to school, he still she pouted and took out a mirror. She was speechless for a long time. Her lips were swollen. Bastard. She had to wait for a while before going out. However, after staying in the Tower of Annihilation for such a long time, he did it. Other than kissing and hugging, he did not do anything else. He did not let her cross the line again. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Puppy, you're no match for me. Zhuo Xiaonian pouted and looked arrogant. She did not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had made a thunderous move at the beginning, and then caused Zhuo Xiaonian to be on her guard. In the end, he only stopped at kissing and hugging. It was because Zhuo Xiaoduo's fixed goal was to do this. That was all. First, he scared you, making it clear that his goal was to go straight to the root of the problem. Then, he pulled back step by step, making you feel that he had kept his bottom line by only kissing and hugging. Moreover, there was a faint uneasiness about whether he would be angry if she rejected him too much. However, the actual result of the battle was that Zhuo Xiaoduo broke through 2 lines of defense in one fell swoop. Zhuo Xiaoduo was clear about the mystery of this, but Zhuo Xiaonian was confused and passive. When they left the Tower of Annihilation and chatted with Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaonian was still shy, but proudly talked about her record of guarding to the death. Wu Yuding, who understood the whole process, was speechless and covered her forehead. Daughter, you're so stupid. You've almost lost everything, but you're still so proud. I really don't understand where you get this proud face from. However, this was after all a private matter between the two of them. She could only sigh speechlessly. All right, as long as you're happy. Fortunately, Xiao Duo could hold himself back, otherwise. Sigh. Wu Yuding was speechless as she thought about it. If he hadn't given Zhuo Xiaoduo a heads up, Xiao Nian, this silly girl, would have been tricked by Xiaoduo all the way until she got pregnant. She even felt like he was guarding against it. However, the one who benefited was her son, so Wu Yuding wisely chose not to remind her, as long as you're happy. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled happily, Mom, don't worry. With his cultivation level, he can't take advantage of me. Wu Yuding's mouth twitched. Except for the last step, didn't he take advantage of everything? If I hadn't warned him in advance, I'm afraid you would be pregnant now, my silly daughter. Sigh, my son is so lucky to have met such a silly girl. However, thinking that this silly girl was raised and trained by her, Wu Yuding was speechless. Is there something wrong with my way of teaching? She suddenly remembered that when she was young, she seemed to have been tricked by Zhuo Changlu like this. Wu Yuding couldn't laugh anymore. After breakfast, Wu Yuding casually found an excuse to have a big fight with Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Zhanglu was at a loss. His heart was filled with grievances. What's wrong? How am I a hooligan? At this moment, Zhuo Changlu was almost depressed to death. I was scolded for no reason. Am I shameless? In fact, Wu Yuding definitely wronged Zhuo Changlu. Because when a man and a woman were in a relationship, perhaps at the beginning of the relationship, the woman was sensitive and the man was slow. This was more than 99% of the time. However, after the relationship was confirmed, the situation of the two sides completely changed. At this stage, it was basically the man who moved forward bravely, using all his intelligence and wisdom, pressing forward step by step and actively launching an attack. Some people could even think of countless tricks, and even many single people's lifetime wisdom exploded at this moment. It was to go one step further, to directly attack the root of the problem, and to lead to a secluded place. At this time, the woman would often fall into passive defense without exception. However, no matter how hard she defended, or even resisted, in the end, the man would get what he wanted. There were few exceptions. Of course, after the final goal was achieved, it was often the beginning of another story. This was not the underwater story. After breakfast, Zhuo Xiaonian continued to practice, and Zhuo Changlu went to the balcony to read and drink tea gloomily. Wu Yuding cleaned up as usual, and went to Zhuo Changlu to lie down on the deck chair next to him. Her son took advantage of her daughter was happy, and her husband was scolded by her to vent her anger. Comfortable. On the way to school, Li Chenglong was grinning all the way. They got engaged last night. I, the leader of the Iron and Steel Order, have a wife now. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, had a face full of reminiscence and a silly smile. The feeling last night was really wonderful. There was no need to be envious that Swollen was one step ahead of him. Therefore, the two of them entered the Hidden Dragon High School with silly smiles on their faces. When they arrived at Class 1, the silly smile on their faces was still there. Oh! The groom is here! Someone shouted, and the whole class cheered, laughing, shouting, and jumping. Xiang Bing had arrived early, wearing a snow-white Hidden Dragon High School martial arts suit. When she saw Li Chenglong enter, she suddenly lowered her head with a flushed face. The courage she had the night before had disappeared without a trace. Li Chenglong greeted his classmates with a silly smile. His usual calm and wisdom were all gone. He actually greeted Xiang Bing with a silly smile. "Icy egg, did you sleep well last night?" The whole class burst into laughter, and Xiang Bing's face was as red as a monkey's butt. Li Chenglong had a silly smile on his face. He was actually still waiting for an answer. Idiot! Xiang Bing was embarrassed and angry. She lay on the table and pretended to be a dead dog, refusing to raise her head. Sua Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was quick-witted. He hurriedly put away his silly smile. He was lucky enough to see Li Chenglong's silly expression during the heckling just now, so he instantly adjusted his state of mind. The whole class cheered, asking Li Chenglong to talk about his feelings about the engagement. When Xingtian, who had already arrived, looked at them with a smile and did not stop them. Li Chenglong first refused, and then said, "I don't think so." When everyone heard this, they were a little relieved, and so the cheering became even louder. Li Chenglong had no choice but to walk up to the podium and say, "Since everyone is so curious, I will talk about my love experience." Shoo! The audience was booed. "Li Chenglong, how dare you say that? What love experience do you have? If Xiang Bing did not take the initiative, you would still be the Iron Order's leader. Now you want to talk about your love experience so openly. Where is your face? Your so-called love experience is to grab your future wife and beat her to death, right? Actually, I didn't think about it at first, but the afternoon before yesterday." Li Chenglong began his lecture. He was indeed very happy. His heart was full of sweetness, and he wanted to share his happiness with his classmates. However, Xiang Bing was anxious when she heard this. This idiot would not say anything, would he? Therefore, she did not care about her embarrassment and rushed up, saying, "Let me say it." Then, she pushed Li Chenglong down. Although her face was red, her actions were not ambiguous at all. The whole class laughed. "Xiang Bing, what do you want to say?" Everyone knew that something must have happened that night. Otherwise, they would not have gotten engaged so quickly. Moreover, if something had happened, everyone was sure that Xiang Bing was the one who initiated it. Today, when they saw the performance of this pair of husband and wife, everyone felt that their guess was right. Xiang Bing stood on the podium, her face flushed red. Seeing that she had calmed down, she took a deep breath and said loudly, "I didn't want to come up, but this guy is muddle-headed in this aspect. I'm afraid that he won't say what he should say and will say what he shouldn't say. So I had to stand up." Chapter 737. There was another round of laughter. Xiang Bing blushed and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just a small matter from the beginning to the end. Everyone can guess the reason. Yes, yesterday, Li Chenglong and I got engaged." At this point, her face suddenly became serious. She puffed out her chest and said loudly, "So, from today onwards, Li Chenglong is a married man, and Xiang Bing, am a married woman. In the future, if anyone wants to take advantage of me, you'll have to find someone else. To all those who liked me before, I can only say, please find another good match. To all those who liked Li Chenglong before, I can only say that he has a wife, and his wife is very jealous, so jealous that she can use a knife. I'm a person of action. When I can use my hands, I won't use my mouth. Today, I've already said it. If anyone offends me, don't blame me for not warning you." Xiang Bing finished speaking. Although her face was still red, her overall performance was natural and unrestrained. She said everything. "Everyone, please give us your blessings." "Thank you. We'll accept your blessings and be grateful. As for other emotional disturbances, don't blame us for being rude. Please give us your blessings and don't disturb our happiness." "Thank you." Xiang Bing bowed and immediately left the stage valiantly. The whole class applauded like thunder. Even when Xingtian's eyes were full of admiration. Xiang Bing was very straightforward. I'm engaged. I'm engaged with him. From now on, I'm his and he's mine. No one, no matter what happened in the past, from now on, they can forget about it. We'll accept all blessings and reject all competition. We'll hate it. If anyone dares to cross the line, I'll take action. The meaning was clear and unmistakable. In fact, whether it was Li Chenglong or Xiang Bing, there were many people who liked them among the new students of the Hidden Dragon High School, including Zhuo Xiaoduo. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo looked despicable and sometimes acted in an unconventional manner, he was indeed an influential figure in this year's Hidden Dragon High School. He was young and had a lot of money. He was the #1 genius and had a bright future ahead of him. Among all the new female students in the Hidden Dragon High School, other than those who already had someone in their heart, Zhuo Xiaoduo only needed to ask, "Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" More than half of the people would agree on the spot. Anyone could see that although Zhuo Xiaoduo was despicable, this man was absolutely reliable, absolutely safe, and definitely had great potential. Moreover, being with Zhuo Xiaoduo was much less likely than being with someone else. Because she was too afraid of death. Li Chenglong was the same. He might be slightly inferior to Zhuo Xiaoduo, and he wasn't as handsome as Zhuo Xiaoduo, but his strength was obvious to all. His usual calmness and wisdom were also bonus points. Even the title of Iron and Steel Hierarch was a bonus point for him, and it wasn't just a little bit. All the girls knew in their hearts that although this kind of man was made of iron and steel, if they were to choose a husband to be their lover for life, this kind of man was actually 108,000 times better than those handsome men who knew how to play and coax girls. This kind of man was definitely the kind of man who was on the verge of extinction. He was definitely the kind of man who would be cherished and treasured for life. There were really many girls who had their eyes on Li Chenglong. They might not even be fewer than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Xiang Bing herself was an extremely outstanding beauty. She was taller than the average girl by a head and had a valiant and formidable aura. There were also many who had a crush on Xiang Bing. However, Xiang Bing's words today blocked all of them. It was so tight that there wasn't a single gap left. At this point, if anyone were to chase after me, they would be ruining my happiness. I don't care how much you love me, or how sincere you are, but if you destroy my happiness, then you are my mortal enemy. So what if I kill you directly? You're using your so-called love to make us quarrel every day. You fucker. What's the meaning of your love? Xiang Bing didn't say these harsh words clearly, but her attitude was clear as day. When Xingtian stood on the podium and looked at Xiang Bing with a smile and appreciation, he said, "I agree with Xiang Bing's words." She said it with sincerity and revealed her true feelings. I hope that all of you can learn from Xiang Bing. Even if you can't love and hate like her, once you fall in love, once you set your mind to it, you will never waver again. I also have to praise Zhuo Xiaoduo here. If you have someone in your heart, you won't be tempted by 1,000 flowers. This is also a kind of integrity. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo is so despicable that it makes people want to beat him up, he's still better than those who change their minds at the sight of different things. When Xingtian praised, although he's still a despicable person. Ha ha ha. The slightly heavy atmosphere in the class disappeared in an instant. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a bitter face, "Teacher Wen, you praise me. Praise me well." When Xingtian glanced at him. "Okay, to reward you, I will wait for you at the martial arts field. I will praise you if you put in effort." He led the students out. 10 days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was the big day of the Hidden Dragon High School's parent-teacher conference. It was also the main purpose of Father and Mother's trip. However, there were some changes. Just 8 days ago, which was the day of Li Chenglong's engagement, Department Head Ding called and said that someone wanted to watch, and there were some other things that needed to be changed. Hearing this sudden news, Yi Changqing only felt waves of headache. What are you, the higher-ups, up to now? Why do you only want to bring disaster to our hidden dragon high school? Especially when he remembered Department Head Ding's clear words, due to the importance of this matter, in order to hide as much as possible, this parent-teacher conference, as well as the Hidden Dragon High School students going to the front line, had been arranged by the Department of Martial Arts. The 10 most popular singers in the Astral Souls mainland would be present together and perform live. At that time, the whole Fenghai city, and even all the families of martyrs in the surrounding areas, would be invited to watch the ceremony. Moreover, each of them would be given a small gift. Therefore, in this aspect, the Hidden Dragon High School had to take care of it. The expenses needed to be reimbursed by a list. There was no limit. However, Yi Changqing almost collapsed. You are a high official, you have the final say. However, the most popular singers in the mainland could not be invited by money alone, right? There were also related venues and many other things. Did you think it would be over just by moving your mouth? As for the families of martyrs, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to inform all of them. However, a high official could suppress people to death. Principal Yi had no choice but to work. First, he went to contact the venue. Only then did he know that the largest venue in Fenghai City, the largest indoor stadium, had been vacated. Over there, they were already preparing for the concert. And Star Shield, the Security Bureau, and the Cultural and Education Bureau had already issued the notice. Even some families of martyrs who lived far away had already started to make their way here. Hearing the above good news, Yi Changqing was slightly relieved and did not have so much resentment. However, when he actually saw the current situation of the target indoor stadium, which had been completely transformed into the shape of an aerial karaoke hall, Yi Changqing's legs and stomach trembled. Fuck, how much money did this transformation cost? It was just a parent-teacher conference, was it worth it? Was it really worth it? In the middle was the stage, surrounded by layers of grandstands. The first and second layers only needed to look up slightly to see the central stage clearly. The third and fourth layers were roughly level with the stage, while the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth layers needed to be looked down slightly. The view was actually better. If that was all, it would not be surprising. What surprised Yi Changqing was that inside the stadium, there was a faint spatial power rippling. This was a big deal. It could accommodate 1 million people watching the concert at the same time, and everyone was not too far away from each other. Everyone could see everything clearly. The small tables and seats were enough to ensure that a family could have a table. Moreover, there was an extra 70% of the number of tables left for the families of the martyrs. With such a small space, and only the first 20 rows, how could it accommodate so many people? But in fact, it was done. And from the looks of it, it did not feel crowded at all, and there was no awkward feeling of spatial disorder. Which spatial powerhouse is here? After Yi Changqing and the others looked carefully, they were really surprised. Looking around the world, there seemed to be only one person who could achieve this level of spatial power. That was Grand Shaman Dan Kong of the Umno Alliance. But why would Grand Shaman Dan Kong do such a thing? Not to mention that this was the mainland of Astral Souls, even if it was the territory of the Umno Alliance, it was just a parent-teacher conference of a high martial arts school. Why would one of the 12 Grand Shamans come here? Could it be that there was a spatial powerhouse with such great attainments in Astral Souls? Everyone was guessing. But for the students, how could they think so much? Seeing such a grand scene, everyone was smiling from ear to ear. Today was really lively. Especially the freshmen of the first and second years, everyone was jumping with excitement and joy. Such a grand occasion was almost a once-in-a-lifetime event. When they thought of their parents by their side, witnessing this bustling scene together, even many years later, it was still a rare memory. Especially the 2,800 students who were about to go to war for a change of guard, they were even more excited. Everyone knew that this was just a change of guard, and at this time, there was basically no war. Before going, they had watched such a high-level program and reunited with their families. In less than 3 months, they came back again. It was really nothing. It was simply relaxing and enjoyable. Starlight Mountains. Countless people worked day and night, researching and researching. These people, in the past 10 days, almost did not sleep at all. No matter what, they had to crack the spatial relic and the door as soon as possible. Now, the location of the door had been completely revealed. Clouds and mist billowed on both sides, and the demonic aura was raging. But no matter how much it billowed, not a trace of demonic aura rushed out. As the cracking continued, the three-party alliance gradually came to the conclusion that the level of this secret realm was frighteningly high. All the famous craftsman families and sects in the 3 continents had sent their elites to study it, but it was like a tiger trying to eat the sky, and there was nowhere to go. Chapter 738. Everyone was extremely helpless and frustrated. They clearly felt that there was a mechanism controlling this place, but they couldn't find the hub. But now, they could even find the stairs in front of the gate. On both sides of the gate were indestructible mountains. The heavenly king of the right slashed his sword hard, but the result was that his sword had a hole in it. Yu Dongtian immediately went to the Flood Witch and said, "My sword can't cut it. Why don't you smash it with your hammer?" The Flood Witch smashed Yu Dongtian with her hammer. The place where Donghuang's bell rang was where Kuan Peng's primordial spirit resided. "You want me to smash it? Who are you kidding? If I could smash it, I would have smashed it open 12 days ago, okay? Can you Dongtian grow a brain? No matter whether I can smash it open or not, the continent of the Demon Alliance, which is wandering in the starry sky, will definitely sense it. It will come true." Bang! A craftsman of the Umno Alliance dug under the gate with his big chisel, but it suddenly slipped open. He couldn't stop it in time and the chisel cut his thigh. Blood gushed out. However, at this moment, the change that broke the stalemate appeared. The golden gate suddenly became illusory, and a whirlpool appeared. With a soft swoosh, all the blood of the craftsman with the wound on his thigh gushed out from the wound. In a total of half a second, all the blood was absorbed into the gate. In front of the gate, only a shriveled mummy was left. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and they hurriedly moved aside subconsciously. After the whirlpool finished absorbing the human blood, it slowly shrank back, and the gate turned pink little by little. Yu Dongtian frowned and looked at it thoughtfully. Several great wizards and the 7 swords of Taoism were not far away. Seeing this strange change, they seemed to wake up from a dream. Blood. To break this gate, we need human blood? Yu Dongtian's face became very ugly. Human blood was the only thing that could affect the gate. But how much human blood was needed to open the gate? Or rather, how many people would have to die in order to open the door? Most of the people here were astral souls. Yu Xingqian's face darkened. Xiaohu. The king of Zhuolu stepped forward. Here. Go and catch some star beasts. Catch more. All right. The king of Zhuolu, Yun Zhonghu, flashed out. In less than a minute, the king of Zhuolu had returned with multiple astral beasts. He casually chopped off one of the astral beast's heads, causing blood to gush out. But this time, there was no response from the door. He took the head of another soul transformation stage star beast, but there was still no reaction. It's useless. The Flood Witch shook her head with a serious look in her eyes. Back then, the demon clan ate flesh and blood. It had to be the blood of humans, Wu people, etc. The blood of astral beasts is useless. For the demon clan, astral beasts are low-level demons. Perhaps there are still killings among the middle-level and low-level demons, but high-level demons don't. The Flood Witch looked gloomy. We have to use human blood. Yu Xingqian said coldly, Flood, you said it yourself. The demon clan eats flesh and blood, not only humans. Maybe the effect of wizard blood is better. Flood said lightly, Yu Xingqian, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. The Umno Alliance can do anything, but we won't take advantage of you or break our promises. Let's gather the blood of 15 people from 3 families first. 5 people from each family. Drag them out, kill them, and sacrifice their blood to the gate. Flood's face was cold. Wait. Bai Yunduo shouted, wait. Flood didn't move. The other 10 great wizards turned their heads in unison and looked at Bai Yunduo coldly. My boss has already said it. Do you dare to disagree? 5 people from each side. It's not unfair. What else do you want? Yun Zhonghu and Yu Dongtian flashed and stood in front of Bai Yunduo with their arms crossed. What are you staring at? Do you want to fight? Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Bai Yunduo separated the two and stepped forward. She said, Master Flood, I didn't mean to question you when I stopped you. But as far as we know, the blood of humans can affect the gate. We don't necessarily need to sacrifice human lives. Or we just need to release more blood. The total HP of the 5 of us can be replaced with 50 people to make up for it. Or even 100 people. If the blood of the 3 families is not enough, we can continue to release blood. In this way, we can get a considerable amount of blood, but no one will die. Bai Yunduo said, since there is a way to not kill people, why should we kill people and add to the sin of killing? Lai Hua and the others still looked cold and hard. They stood in front of Flood and looked at Bai Yunduo coldly. If Flood didn't say anything, they wouldn't retreat. The Great Flood Witch was stunned for a moment and then said, I didn't think it through enough. If there is a possibility that no one will die, of course it would be better. All of you, back off. When you can use your brain, why do you use your hands? Is there anything else in your brains besides muscles? Lai Hua and the others didn't take it seriously. They smiled and cupped their fists to Yu Dongtian and the others before retreating. Ice Hell Witch curled her lips. Boss has such a temper. He has always been kind to beautiful women. 1 word, bitch. 2 words, bitch. 4 words, bitch. Halfway through her words, her face suddenly changed. She reached out to cover her mouth like lightning, and her eyes were full of horror. The Flood Witch turned around with a black face. With a loud bang, Ice Hell Witch was sent flying by a hammer. She hurriedly rushed out to beg for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. As he screamed, he was already several hundred meters away. Lai Hua and his wife Xue Luo were speechless. This cheap mouth and the habit of gloating, how many losses have you suffered in your life? No matter how you change, you can't change it. The other few great witches' shoulders were trembling. This bitch finally got her retribution today. Awesome! Since there was no need to die, everyone naturally prepared very quickly. They were very active. With a call, hundreds of people rushed out to donate blood. 3 large buckets, each weighing 200 pounds, were quickly filled with steaming hot blood. Then, the first bucket of hot blood was carried over and placed in front of the door. With a whoosh, the whirlpool appeared again. Like a whale sucking in water, it sucked away more than half of the blood and suddenly stopped. Visible to the naked eye, the golden door suddenly turned blood red. After a burst of dense fluctuation, the door disappeared. There was only a black hole left in the original place. They didn't even need to use a bucket of blood. The door that couldn't be opened opened. Everyone looked at the remaining 2 buckets of steaming hot blood. Their eyebrows twitched, and their faces were full of excitement. The Flood Witch's face was also like the bottom of a pot. She had calculated wrongly. At this moment, a strange voice said, TSK TSK TSK. With such judgment, you still said that it was the blood of 15 people. Ha ha ha, you slapped your face. Now even 5. Lai Hua and Xue Luo covered their mouths at the same time. Both of their faces changed. Brother-in-law, I beg you to be a human. Isn't it good to live well? The one who spoke was of course the Ice Hell Witch, who had just flown back. When the Ice Hell Witch said that, her face instantly turned white. She kept on slapping her own mouth. Fuck, I'll slap you to death. You've caused me a disaster. The Flood Witch walked over with a black face. The corner of her mouth twitched. She shouted, you two get out of the way. Lai Hua and his wife hesitated and got out of the way. Xue Luo begged, boss, his temper has been like this since he was young. He doesn't think before he speaks. He's a fool. This can't be helped. Xue Luo was really about to cry. The Flood Witch looked at the Ice Hell Witch. Her eyes were cold. She shook her head and said, stand there. The Ice Hell Witch's legs trembled. Boss, I was wrong. Stand there. The Ice Hell Witch stood on a protruding big rock. The mountain wind blew. She was alone in the air, as if she was going to ride the wind. The Flood Witch took a breath and said in a low voice, I'll tell you now. I don't know how much I need. Do you understand? I still don't plan to bleed if it's not enough. Do you understand? The Ice Hell Witch was like a little wife who had been wronged. Boss, I understand. My mouth. You don't understand shit. The Flood Witch shouted, your head is facing the rock on the top of the mountain over there. Get into a good posture and turn around. Be straightforward. The Ice Hell Witch turned around hesitantly. Boss, please be merciful. Ah. Before she finished speaking, the Flood Witch had already swung her hammer. Like hitting a baseball, she hit the Ice Hell Witch and sent her flying. Like lightning, she crossed 4,567 meters of space. With a boom, she hit the side of the protruding rock on the opposite mountain. A strange voice came from afar. TSK, you're number 1 in the world. With this accuracy, you didn't hit. The Flood Witch's face changed. She wanted to fly over, but before she could move, she was hugged tightly by Lai Hua and Xue Luo. Flood took a step and brought the husband and wife more than 10 meters away. Boss, please spare me. Xue Luo was crying. It's been so many years. Lai Hua begged, boss, why don't you hit me with your hammer? Calm down, calm down. Witch Dan Kong stood at the side, laughing so hard that his tongue was shaking in his mouth. It's so satisfying, it's so satisfying. Dan Kong. What are you laughing at? The Flood Witch couldn't find the target, so she couldn't vent her anger. She turned her head and saw Dan Kong smiling so brightly. Her face suddenly turned black. Brother, are you so happy to be beaten up? You stand up too. Witch Dan Kong's face changed. He looked over in disbelief. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Boss. I was wrong. Stand up. Be straightforward. Dan Kong stood up with a wronged face. Without being urged, he turned his head and aimed at the rock over there. He raised his butt and got into a good posture. Bang. Great Witch Dan Kong also flew out like Great Witch Bing Ming. And this time it was very accurate. It hit the big rock directly and the rock shattered. The Flood Witch was satisfied. She kept her hammer and began to study the hole that suddenly appeared. Not long after, Dan Kong and the Ice Hell Witch flew back one after another. The Ice Hell Witch had a smile on her face. She had an expression that said, I want to speak. She was full of gloating and was about to spit out. Dan Kong, this bastard, only cared about laughing at me. In the end, he got beaten up himself, ha ha ha. Chapter 739. The Ice Hell Witch was about to open his mouth to speak, but before he could do so, he was directly captured by the Lai Hua couple. He was pressed to the ground with a poof, and then a large piece of unknown stuff was stuffed into his mouth. Then the Lai Hua wife skillfully took out a white cloth and tied his mouth. Oh! Oh! The Ice Hell Witch stared. Sister! What are you doing? I have something to say. The Lai Hua couple kept moving and tied his mouth tightly, and even tied a dead knot behind his head. Don't think about talking these days. You scared me to death just now. The Ice Hell Witch struggled. I still have something to say. Wait for me to finish. Dan Kong must have cheated just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit it. With the boss's accuracy, he wouldn't be able to do that. Dan Kong was beaten and still wanted to flatter the boss. Bastard Dan Kong. I want to say something, let go of my mouth. The Flood watched for a long time and saw the demon aura raging in the cave. He pondered for a moment and said, from the Umno Alliance's side, Lai Hua, Emperor Feng, and I will go in. The Great Witch Dan Kong frowned and said, Boss, let me go in for you. I have the ability of space, so I should be able to. Dan Kong was worried that if the Flood suddenly pulled out when he went in. The Flood said faintly, be obedient. The Great Witch Dan Kong nodded and stopped talking. Hum. Hum hum hum. There was a series of muffled sounds, as if something was blocked, and some kind of strange sound was forced out. It came from the Ice Hell Witch. Obviously, this one wanted to say something strange again, but his mouth was tied up. No matter how much he wanted to say it, he couldn't say it. Only his eyes were moving around, looking at this and that, and he couldn't help laughing. His eyebrows were shaking. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The boss said it as if Dan Kong was his son. Ha, Dan Kong wasn't really the boss's son, was he? TSK, Dan Kong, be obedient. Be obedient, Dan Kong. Roar. Untie my mouth, I'll share my discovery. The Flood Witch's sharp eyes swept over. The Great Witch Dan Kong's angry eyes swept over. Pa. A cloth band covered the eyes of the Ice Deep Witch. Don't show your eyeballs to the outside world. The Fire Witch couple was speechless. Lai Hua's wife Shui Luo's face was filled with melancholy. Why do I have such a brother? Back then, his father really had the foresight to leave all his inheritance to him. If it wasn't for the inheritance that helped to compensate for the loss, this guy's ashes would have been scattered for a long time. Even without speaking, he could mock her with just his eyeballs and eyebrows. How could he be so cheap? Over at the Astral Souls continent, Yuxingchen the star-plucking monarch said, over here, Dong Tian, little tiger, and I will enter. On the Dao League side, Daoist Thunder said, I'll go in with Feng and Yun. All right. The Flood Witch said indifferently, then let's go. His body flashed, and he crossed the door with his hands behind his back. Then, his body disappeared. Even though they had fought for countless years and were mortal enemies, the Umno Alliance had never been careless when it came to cooperation. The Flood Witch had never been careless either. I'm recognized as the #1 expert in the world. Naturally, I'll be the first to enter the unknown danger zone. This had nothing to do with their standpoints. Everything happened spontaneously because of the flood. I should take the biggest risk. Who agreed? Who objected? Blazing Fire and Wind Emperor followed closely behind. Then, the 3 from the Astral Souls and the 3 from the Dao League entered one after another. Inside, demonic aura filled the sky. White fog rolled and instantly blocked the entrance of the cave. The 9 people who went in could no longer be seen from outside. Marshal Dongfang and the others who were waiting outside all had solemn expressions. This wasn't the first time the 3 parties had worked together to open the space ruin. It had appeared many times in the past. However, there had never been a time like this where the people who had entered to explore the path were the highest level of the 3 continents, the pinnacle experts. What did this mean? That night, Li Chenglong's parents came to Fenghai City. They were welcomed into the villa by Li Chenglong. Then, the 2 families had dinner together that night. Zhuo Changlu and his wife, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, Li Chenglong's parents, Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing's fiancé, and Grandma Shi. Li Chenglong's parents were extremely satisfied with Xiang Bing. They couldn't close their mouths once they opened them. Their son had grown up and found such an excellent daughter-in-law. He was really promising. Mother Li was a little puzzled. She knew her son very well. This kid had been hitting his female classmates since he was young. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. How could he find such a good daughter-in-law? I even arranged a few blind dates for him at home. Li Chenglong's mother pulled Li Chenglong aside and whispered, "Son, tell me the truth. How did such a beautiful girl like you? You didn't use any dirty tricks, did you?" Li Chenglong's mother didn't know how to transmit her voice. Even though her voice was extremely soft, everyone still heard it clearly and understood what she meant. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and fell into Zhuo Xiaonian's arms. It seemed that he couldn't laugh anymore. His head rolled on Zhuo Xiaonian's chest. Zhuo Xiaonian slapped him twice. Then, she pushed him away with a red face. This lazy guy was really thinking about taking advantage of her all the time. Xiang Bing's face was also red. Li Chenglong didn't use any dirty tricks. It seemed that the one who used dirty tricks was her. Cough, this must be kept a secret. Uncle and Auntie couldn't know. Zhuo Xiaoduo giggled and said, "Uncle, Auntie, look at this girl." He pointed at Xiang Bing and said mysteriously, "You two don't know, right? This girl is short-sighted. Thousands of degrees." Li Chenglong looks so abstract, but in her eyes, he is very 3-dimensional. You two have to be careful. Don't give her glasses in the future. If her eyesight is normal, the 2 of you won't be able to live a peaceful life. Maybe Bing Dan will want a divorce after he sees the swollen face. Everyone was rocking back and forth with laughter. This bastard. Xiang Bing stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo with hatred. You are short-sighted. Your whole family is short-sighted. The atmosphere at the table gradually warmed up. After each toast to the old man, Xiang Bing stood up with her wine glass. "Zhuo, let me toast to you." "Thank you." Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop her. Don't thank me. This matter has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me at all. It's completely fate between the 2 of you. Thank me. Why? Let me tell you, in the future, don't think of asking me to go easy on you. I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, am not the kind of person who will go easy on you. Xiang Bing laughed. She knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to talk about it. Although she did not understand why Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want her to talk about it, she still smiled and said, "In that case, you and I are classmates. It is fate. Let's toast to you." Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Let's drink together." Li Chenglong did not object. He was also very grateful to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaonian blushed. She had to stand up and toast to Zhuo Xiaoduo. 2 couples. Zhuo Xiaonian was very sensitive to this word. "Humph, bastard. Even if I am your wife, you will still be bullied by me." When she sat down, her delicate body suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo fiercely and pulled out the hand that was under her. "But if there were not so many people here, she would have taught you a lesson. You tricked me into standing up, but you sat down first. You even put your hand on my chair quietly. You are a wolf with a wild ambition. You are really pissing me off." Li Chenglong saw Xiang Bing toast to Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was very wise and immediately understood what was going on. He said to Xiang Bing through telepathy, was it Zhuo who reminded you about what happened that day? Xiang Bing replied, yes, but I don't know why he did not accept my gratitude. I am sincerely grateful to him. Li Qinglong snorted and rolled his eyes. Then, he said through sound transmission, how can this bitch accept your gratitude? He has been instigating us to fight for such a long time. He has been very interested in doing so. But, he won't be able to continue instigating us if he accepts your gratitude since he's the one who brought us together. This bitch is paving the way for him to be a bitch in the future. He is really a bastard to the bone. Xiang Bing almost laughed out loud. So this was the truth. She had to admit that Li Chenglong knew Zhuo Xiaoduo very well. He was the best person in the world, even better than father and mother Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaonian. This was one of the reasons why Zhuo Xiaoduo did not accept her gratitude. It was mainly because he thought it was too fun. Especially Xiang Bing's temper, it was too. I would feel uncomfortable if I did not provoke her. Once I provoked her, she went to fight with Li Chenglong. Once she went, she was beaten up. After she was beaten up, she provoked her again and went again. Waha, this is so fun. She was really a bastard with a black heart. She made people's hair stand on end, but it was also amazing. Xiang Bing snorted and whispered to Li Chenglong through telepathy, how can I not know that he is trying to provoke us? But once he does, we will be together, right? Even if you beat me or I beat you, we will still be together. I will not fall for it if he tries to provoke me again in the future. Li Chenglong widened his eyes in horror, so you are not stupid? You. Xiang Bing was furious, you are the stupid one. If a girl does not like you, how can she be so instigated every day? She wanted to say, how can I be so willing to be beaten up by you every day? But when she thought about it, it was not very nice to say that. It was as if she had some bad habit, so she changed her words in an instant. Li Chenglong nodded, you are right. Xiang Bing said through telepathy, but in the future, no matter how much he tries to provoke you, it will be useless. You are already mine, I will not fight with you. Li Chenglong was moved to tears, thank you for taking responsibility. After all, you took my virginity, you have to take responsibility even if you don't want to. Xiang Bing's face suddenly turned red, and she kicked Li Chenglong to the ground. Then, she sat on him and growled in a low voice, what did you say? Who is stronger than you? I will kill you. As she spoke, she raised her fist and was about to punch him. I will kill you. Li Chenglong roared and threw a punch at Xiang Bing's face. The whole table was silent. Father Zhuo and Mother Li's eyes almost popped out. Maybe Dad has a mistress outside. Zhuo Xiaoduo urged, Mom, you have to be careful of your midlife crisis. I've noticed that Dad has been a little dishonest recently. Look at these names, they're not normal. Maybe they're the names of his close female friends. You're even trying to sow discord between your parents. Wu Yuding directly pinched Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear and twisted it. I'm the one who set these names. As Zhuo Xiaoduo cried out in pain and begged for mercy, Wu Yuding said to Zhuo Xiaonian seriously, Nian you have to keep an eye on this frisky monkey in the future. Your dad saw this kid's face today. He's very lucky with women. If you don't keep an eye on him, this kid might have a few more mistresses. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Mom, that's my line. You made a cameo. Zhuo Xiaonian believed it and nodded repeatedly. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely keep an eye on him and won't let him have the chance to cross the line. As she said that, she glared fiercely at Zhuo Xiaoduo. She thought to herself, his luck with women is very good. I knew it long ago. This little dog should be tied up with a rope. Mistress? You're going crazy thinking about it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely aggrieved. He failed to sow discord between his parents, and instead, he was sowed discord by his parents. This was really karma. A night of fun passed in the blink of an eye. Morning came as expected. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, who had been cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation for a week, walked out of the Tower of Annihilation in high spirits. They saw that Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding had already packed up and were ready to set off. Seeing the two of them coming out of the Tower of Annihilation, both of them had a meaningful look on their faces. Zhuo Xiaonian blushed, feeling like she had been caught red-handed in bed. She hurriedly grabbed Wu Yuding's arm and shook it. She said hurriedly, "Mom, don't worry. I didn't let him touch me." Well, I should say that it's only different here. Li Chenglong sent the pictures to Zhuo Xiaoduo and then sent a telepathic message to point out the key point. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression did not change, but his heart was in his mouth. He secretly sent a telepathic message to Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaonian, "If there's any change, take your parents and leave immediately. Don't pay attention to anything else." Zhuo Xiaonian and Li Chenglong nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. "By the way, when you're free, tell the people in our class that if anyone is close to my table, they should think of a way to increase the distance between them and my table. If they get caught in the crossfire, they might die." Zhuo Xiaoduo sent a telepathic message to Li Chenglong again. "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the 4 tables around him. His table was tightly surrounded from all 4 directions. For a moment, he could not help but feel anxious. What the fuck? Are they trying to deal with me? Aren't they thinking too highly of me? While his heart was in turmoil, he could not help but touch the 99 kitty hammer in his ring. Then, he checked all the hidden weapons in it that had not been used for a long time. He was determined in his heart. "Whoever dares to stab me, I'll use the 99 kitty hammer and smash all 4 tables into meat patties. I don't care who you are." Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Today's recommendation votes are terrible. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.